Hello. Hi, hi. How are you all doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Wow. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Bright Talk. Hi, Dragon. Mm, I I found something last night when I was playing the dig out thing. Well, when I was playing the prison dig out game, apparently there's an endless mode. There is. So it's kind of like my dream come true. But then after a while, I realized the upgrades were a little bit weak. Like weak. Like the developer feels like it feels like they're afraid of people breaking their game. But then again, when I saw the ranking of the endless mode, people are already cheating their ass off, so yeah, there's that. Interesting, right? But anyways, another thing that I saw this morning when I woke up is like I'm glad that Celeste is doing better. I know talking about this here is kind of weird, but it kind of worries me sometimes when I look at her and be like, oh no, like I hope she's okay, right? But I'm glad to know that she's doing better and setting up more boundaries for herself and stuff. It's like it's great. But then again, looking at her statement, right? I realized that maybe I have my boundaries set too high. Like she goes like yes to a lot of things, and then there's me who goes no to a lot of things. I feel weird, but I'm also like I'm saying a lot of no's because I'm like so scared and terrified of like committing to something because it's so scary. Yeah, maybe I have my boundaries set way too high. Um in a way, I am kind of like, I mean, when I realized that she does a lot of like event for people, and also like goes on like, I mean, planning for events essentially. She does a lot of that, and it's like, wow, shit, that's fucking impressive, right? Because I could never. I feel like I could never, honestly, because it's so difficult for me to grasp the, like, to fathom the need to the mental energy needed to plan for some sort of event, right? I mean, she has this like weekly Saturday I think it's Friday night for them, but then for me it's like early Saturday morning. It's like essentially the VR chat group hangout, right? Just planning for that, I feel like it's already like so scary. Like, I remember planning things once, and then it's like my brain starts to go everywhere. My brain starts to be like, oh shit, what if no one comes? Or what if someone is like not happy with everything that I do? It's like, what if I mess up? What if like the things I want to do actually didn't happen? Or what if people didn't meet the expectations when they joined something like this, or like an event that's made by me, and but then they didn't get to like, interact with me as much. It's like, ooh. My brain starts to go absolutely everywhere. So every time I see when people do like this sort of like event, um, I mean the one that I can think of immediately is just like the VR chat hangout event, and then my brain just be like, yeah, no, it's so scary too, right? It's like people do that. It's so strong. They're so powerful. And then there's me. And then there's me in my own cave doing my own thing because I'm so terrified. But yeah, anyways, right. This side tangent, is like, I'm at least I'm glad that I'm glad that Celeste is doing better now. Mm. Yep, Bomberman music. I have been obsessed with Bomberman music lately. Hi, Brian. This one is my favorite, but Bomberman 5 essentially has a lot of amazing like music. Wait, how about this one? Oh yeah. Oh, this one is so good. But I actually want to give the dig out music a listen, because we're going to the Gulag. I don't know what that is. Gulag? We're going to the Gulag apparently. I don't even know what that is. Ni howdy, Brian. Ni howdy. Get the Kobo daily dose of Kobo ni howdy. Alright, let's play this, because we're gonna be playing games with Brecky and Zeus later. So yeah. Right, and then oh yeah, and then I saw a lot of people like have like similar experiences, right? And then there's me, who is absolutely afraid of of committing to anything. I feel bad, right? I don't even know how I'm streaming and shit. I'm so weird. All right, here we go. We're going to a gulag. Is a highly secure political prison that originated, as far as I know, in Russia. Oh wow, okay. I think this is fine. SFX a little bit lower. Alright, so we are in Gulag Holidays. It's Gulag, like not Galeg. I don't think it's Galeg. An American Gulag would be, for example, Guantanamo Bay. Gosh, I don't even know what that is. But that sure sounds extremely scary. I mean, anything prison related, anything like restricts freedom is just so scary to me. Prison especially is like very scary. But I just enjoy I really enjoy the digging aspect of this game, so here I am. Here I am. What a move though. Anyway, Gulag Holidays.
I finally did it. After all the struggle, I broke out of a high security prison. Luck was on my side. From now on, nothing could go wrong. At least that's what I thought. I started celebrating too early. I was so busy toasting my freedom that I completely missed the moment I crossed the line into foreign waters. It's funny how fast a masterpiece of an escape can turn into a total disaster. My parents always said learning a second language would be useful. Turns out it's pretty handy for explaining you're not a foreign spy. Well, at least I finally became famous abroad. My new home is cold. Between the rotting walls and the guards who sell their own mothers for a cigarette, it's not exactly a 5-star stay. The inmates? Let's just say they aren't here for the networking opportunities. It looks bad, but these walls are just a temporary inconvenience. I don't know how and I don't know when, but I'm finding a way out of this hellhole too.
You know, everything about this game is great, except for the AI generated voice and that. Alright. I'm not 100% sure, but to me, that sounds like an AI generated voice and AI generated images. To me, alright? It sure feels that way. I finally tracked you down. You have no idea how hard it was to find someone who could deliver a letter to you. The news said they called a spy and they still don't know what punishment to give you. You have to get out of there. The complex is old and on top of that Soviet. There must be some way out. Maybe start by looking around the prison? Maybe find a weak spot? Yeah, right? It seems that way. It is extremely unfortunate, right? They have to like resort to like AI generated shit. But it is what it is. I'm just gonna enjoy the game for what it is. I will still abhor and forever will be abhor AI generated shit. Alright. Oh wow. Wait, if I do this. Wee! The music is so sad. I mean, sure, it makes sense. Grab the metal cup. Oh, using the cup to dig now? Yo, I mean, that feels very nice actually. Diggy diggy dig. Diggy diggy dig. What was that? Weak? No, I need the more SFX. I can't hear anything. Cassette tape? Why is the cassette tape here? What's this? Unroll the carpet. Put the item on bench by the bars. Hide the two under the bed. And then grab this. So the same shit, but different map, right? Not gonna sell to the guard. Hey, anyone here? It should take a while for them to come here. Another something, are you? No, how would I? 14? I can only agree, I cannot negotiate. And thanks for the toilet paper still. In itself on 30 seconds. Toy shovel? Garbage bag? Where's food? Oh, food is here. It was like, where's food? It's the first one. Oh my god. Alright, return to the cell, call the guard, save some time. I wish they would hire some artists to do some like... I mean, they were not even doing animations. Or not even animatic. Not even storyboarding. They're just doing still images. And moving a little bit. Wiggle wiggle, right? I wish they can like hire some artists to do that, like do that simple stuff, right? It's just yeah. God damn it. Fucking Gen AI, man. Disgusting. Oh, hey. Pretty sure it's not a lot of things for me to sell. Oh god, it's already returning? How much time was that? Was it 1.5 minutes, I think? When you dig deep enough, you'll probably find a pond with a pufferfish. Oh, I love that pufferfish. I've actually never been caught. Am I too much of a gamer? Should I try and get caught once and see what it does? Seven. Oh yeah, no, that's too much of a... I should just ask for toilet paper. What was that? O3P? A bottle of kvass? Or is it just a vase? Alright, they said they mentioned Soviet, so it's Russia? So I'm in Russia now? I mean the ship says Russia, so yeah. So the food that I'm getting are all like Russian food now, I guess? It's not just like bread or cereal or like something like that because it's not America anymore. It's not America. Sure feels very empty. Oh no. Oh my god, actual 0 items. Am I unlucky or is this just what this place is? To be fair, it's a gulag, right? Gulag? 0 items is diabolical. Well, it's almost time to lunch break, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to recover stamina and I'm going to do some bench presses. I'm pretty sure the bench press is still there, right? Thank you for the toilet paper. Thanks for the kvass. Sunflower seeds. Oh, oh my god, it cost 6? Fucking scammer. Alright. Come back here, guard. I'm just gonna wait until lunch break. And then I'm gonna do some sick ass bench presses. And also I'm doing this today because I can save and exit, I realized, so that's why. So when it's time to play games with Bracky and Zeus, I will just save and exit. I want a bench press. Come here, stupid. Come on. I'll put myself first. Oh my god, I have no time to bench press anymore. You're not even opening up myself first. Get out of here. Is it you?
Hey, comrade.
Hey, comrade. Comrade. Matches? Okay. Electricity room? Maybe I can manage to dig my way through here. Gatehouse. Canteen. 50 respect to enter. That's so easy. What the fuck? You hear that? I'm hearing some EDM going on. What the hell? Oh yeah, Kobo's gonna become so strong. Comrade, exactly. Yeah. My hands are rejuvenated. I can do this again. Kobo paws are fine now. There's no pull up? Oh, there is pull up, okay. What food can I get? Oh, hey, you look nice. Thank you. UI cockroach soup? What in the fucking fuck? You don't look nice at all. Fuck you. Oh my god, I didn't get to bench press. I was so dumbfounded by the fucking UI cockroach soup. Jesus fucking Christ. Ew. Is this what they serve in Gulag? Holy fuck. That's so messed up. Gosh diggity dang. I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. Oh, finally something. Oh, that's matches. Nice. You know what I feel about this music? It's nice, but the violin feels AI generated. Am I wrong for thinking this way? Like everything is like AI generated, but it sure as hell feels that way. It feels like they haven't disclosed like exactly what they do. Hi Metal. Should be used to Cock in Prison. I mean, Cock in Prison is okay-ish, but cockroach soup? That shit's diabolical. Hi Selig. Give me toilet paper. I have whatever this shit is. One? Oh shit, I messed up. Close. What is this negotiation chance? -2, -21474833648. Ah, it worked. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds. It's sure as hell going to work. Oh, I thought I bugged the game. Wait, hi Evie. Random binary cap? Oh yeah, it could be. Because negotiation is supposed to be like a chance for more toilet paper, but because there's only one, the game is like, what the fuck are you, what are you trying to, what are you even trying to negotiate for? Or with. Hi Narix Steken. Ooh, we're finally getting some items. Floppy disk? I feel old for knowing what that is. And also cassette tape. At least there's more items now. Oh. Guard, come here. Is it toy shovel time? Hopefully. I don't think I have enough. Because toy shovel costs 40 and then I still need... Yeah, I need more to buy energy. One more. Fuck! No! Floppy disk and the cassettes and the Walkmans and the blueberries. Oh yeah, the blackberries. Blackberry were... Oh, I need 30! Not... I shouldn't have negotiated. Fuck. Warehouse key. So you buy warehouse key with toilet paper now instead of just like digging down. Well, it is what it is. Let's see before lights out we can upgrade our shovel. hopefully. What? I'm not getting anything. Unlucky. I'm not getting anything here. I don't think I can even get the toy shovel. Unless I buy the toy shovel and just like sleep through the night. I have 2 items for sale. Oh. V has been a very good character. It has finished vacuuming and mopping the floor, so inspection tomorrow. Ooh, wow, clean. Yeah, no. Just take it. If it sells for more than 3, I'm gonna be so upset. Can I have bread instead? Oh, fuck you! You and your stupid face, I hate you. And you, I hate you. Yeah, come here, guard. I'm gonna sleep anyway. I will hug Evie. Can I take a sheet? They're going in with the violin? I'm gonna sleep it off anyway. Oh, violin's going crazy, what the heck? Okay, I can fight with this, but that's for the future, right? For now, I'm gonna sleep it off because I need to dig. What the fuck? Stinky fish? Oh my god. Are you holding up? I got an old guard drunk, the one who used to work there. He told me they often had problems with electricity, and when that happened, the yard was completely dark. He also said that at night he would leave the guardhouse and sneak into the storage room to sleep, but there was always a draft blowing on his legs. Maybe some ventilation there, trying to survive. I'll write again when I find out more. Okay. Hi Sancho. Oh, it's Stephenson. Just got Stephenson. Hi. Crossing the borders of Skyrim. Stephenson is kind of loud. Yeah, Stephenson is very loud. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I got caught crossing the borders of Skyrim. Old iron. Actually, I got caught because I want to dig. I want to do more diggy for machine. Oh fuck! Yikey beaky. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. There is some chat? Oh, fish, okay. I'm not doing anything. There's some noise here. It's all good. 9? Just take it. I never negotiate with this little shit. Rat. Fucking scam. Makeshift shovel? I could have made that on my own. What do you mean makeshift shovel? Okay, maybe I'm not that good. Bottle of kvass. Alright, I can keep digging. It's fine. Diggy, diggy, dig. Diggy, diggy, dig. Trade for a better bag. Why trade for a better bag when I can't even I cannot even get my inventory full? There's barely any items here. It's crazy. Also, is it just me? I feel like this map is a little bit on the darker side, no? Can I up the gamma? Oh, there's no upping the gamma? Unfortunate. Grey soap. Oh yeah, Chad. Actually, I forgot to mention this. But this morning, me and my mom went to another local eatery that we always go to. We usually go there to have our economic rice. And then today over there's like a new worker over there, right? He was really nice, but the way he took the vegetables and meat in the stuff is like so stingy. So stingy. They're so stingy. They only take a little bit for us. It's like, huh? Because usually for the other workers, they took the amount of stuff is like quite a lot, and me and my mom was always very happy. It's like, oh shit. Maybe we got spoiled, but then again, right? Then again, it's like we would like more, but we don't want to say anything because it's like economic rice, and maybe we got spoiled, so we didn't say much. It's like, right, it's fine, it's fine. we wouldn't want to cross travel over this anyway. Diggy, diggy, dig. Ooh. There really is not much items here. Oh, at least there's one full inventory. God, I need my toilet paper. Toilet paper. Look at my wares. Check out my wares. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasure. Get out. $50, $100, $30 for cable rope? We don't even need that. Let's save up for this one again. Essentially, more digging power means more chance of getting items. Look at this dum-dum. Boo! Boo! Cannot negotiate with this dum-dum. Oh wait, it's almost lunchtime. I also don't want to do too much of a ornament spoon. I don't want to do too much of a card game here because it takes too much time and it's essentially kind of just, it doesn't break the flow of the game. It makes the game a lot easier, and it's not essentially it's not really a bad thing. It's just I don't want to spend too much time just like playing cards because I'm here to dig and get shiny. Right? I want to get out. I want to do bench pressing. I want to become a strong ball. Come on. I want to be a strong ball. I want to be a strong ball. She's so slow. Gosh. Get up, get up, get up. Weak? I don't have a weak. Oh. Oof. Look at now. I don't think I can. Yeah, I have 2 money. Maybe I can start to like farm some money here. Yeah. Did you know my microphone is just right above my keyboard? Look at the Kobo being so excited trying to do bench pressing. Alright, let's play some cards. I'm not gonna play too much here. Did you know that the Kobo is No, I'm a bad. I'm a bad. Right, let's try to get some money. Oh, I forgot how tough this is. We're gonna pass on this so that we can have like guaranteed 2 money. That was very weird. Pass on this again. I'm playing it safe here. Even the Gulag cannot handle the card game. It's absolutely broken. I love it. Maybe I'm getting a little bit better than a little bit better now at this. I might fold the wrong one. Yeah. We're playing it safe this time. Oh, maybe I should have gotten some toilet paper first, no? Nah, we don't need to get early toilet paper. I mean, the toilet paper here doesn't get as much. Yeah, we just start stocking up money here. For I could even get energy drinks, maybe. I'm speed running this one. I thought I followed the wrong one. Okay, we start with 50. Let's not play. Okay, let's not play too much. I was about to say. Wait. I want toilet paper. Thank you, little shit. Give. 3? That's pretty good. This one needs 75? Okay. We have our next goal. Let's do it. Oh my god, the guard is so slow. Oh my god, you're so slow. They trust me so much too. They just leave the door open and then comes back after. Diggy hole. Hard rock already? Oh, I love a 0 item run. Is this normal? There's just no shinies here. Okay, you know what? I need to remember this is the gulag. This is the gulag, so I guess that's normal. I mean, I have these. This better give me 1,000. Ornamental spoon. I wanna trust the Kobo given the occasion like, hey yo. It's okay, all night is not that much. Hi Brecky, oh Brecky! Hope Brecky's doing good. Mr. Brecky. It's not 2 yet, right? Yeah, it's 121, okay. Can I just like dig now? I think this is too ballsy, let's not do this. Come back! Thank you, dum-dum. I guess we don't dig where the hard rock is. Brecky, cute dragon. We left Brecky. Another rock already? Shit. Okay, I was about to say that was diabolical because it's not the no item run. But then we got that. Bam. I think you can just call the guard here first and then just... Okay, maybe that's not a good idea. Give me money. 18? Just take it. You know, you're so thick. $62. No, I need to save up for this. The guy is like, bitch, I just sat down, god damn it. Dang it, I just sat down. Alright. I mean, it's their job. The comrade needs... The comrade needs... Wick, right? Wick? Yeah, wick. Radio? Oh my god, very lucky. I should be able to get a lot of money here. What is that? Thermals? The heck is a thermal? There's no week. Oh, Kobo's making the big money now. Broken old phone. It's all water drink. Isn't it called bottle? I guess thermos is the fancy word for it. Guard! You gonna flush the dirt away? I am trying. You better give me a lot of money. Oh yeah. Give me 80. Thank you. Thermos are made to hold the cold or hot much longer. Oh, 保温壶啊. Oh. Thank you. Get this as well. Very nice. Just speed up climbing speed. Yeah. Alright, it's almost lights out time. Perfect. We can dig a little bit more. And then we can go EP right after. In-game anyway. Coin. Oh, I got the wick. Nice opening for a violin, actually. Oh, the diggy hole is so good now. Dang, wait, actually the lights out music is really good. I think they cooked with this one. I'm not gonna assume they use AI generated for this, like AI generation for this, but without thinking that they use they use Gen AI for the music, they cooked with this one. I like it. And too bad I have nothing to do at nighttime though. Whatever the fuck that soup was. Do you have a bear in there? I guess I should have expected that. Watch out for the other inmates, not just anyone ends up in this complex. I went through old schematics and photos. Once you get out of the building, the only thing separating you from freedom is an old chain link fence. It looks like it would give in if you use suppliers. That's good news, don't give up, I'll contact you soon, MB. Who is MB? Who is so insisting on helping me? Who am I actually? Know what I mean? Am I an important person to them? To this MB person? Even in the gulag, they would just be like, we need to help this guy. Okay, we can. I was almost afraid there's not enough time. Yeah, Tiora Kobo? I mean, I am Tiora Kobo, but who is the person that I'm playing as? I like being Tiora. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna ask for much. Give me one... You know, I'll ask for 80%. Thank you. Nice, we can buy something again. You know... Bread. 150? Oh, fuck. Should I just buy the warehouse key? Yeah. With warehouse key, I can go here. And then we can buy the most important 2 things. If they're here. Coffee once a day, 20? This is a really weird coffee machine, but I kinda like it. Nice. Alright, that's something that we can do during lights out. That's why I need like early cash. The cowboy's already on a roll. Meat grinder? What the heck? Meat grinder in soil? Cassette player? You know what? It's normal. I need to explode some rocks. Maybe I should have gotten the magnet stick. That was a good haul. Also, the way they do dirt piles is kind of funny. They have like a dirt pile model here, and then they just like push it up or pull it down. Clever, clever. Gonna give me a lot of money. Oh my goodness. I want 110. Thank you, dum dum. Oh, that gives prestige? Shit. Let's buy another one. It's over here. Drink tea once a day. I mean, tea once a day is kind of okay, I guess. We buy that for prison respect. Maybe I should have bought it. Okay, go. Wait, okay, we good. Yo, the carpet looks nice. Ornamental carpet or something like that? I don't know. I like patterns like this. I didn't do anything. I'm just a kobold in this sale. Don't ask me how I got that plan. I got it from a friend. We made friends in this prison. Gonna get myself a magnet stick as the next item. Another rock. Oh shit. Oh, ring. I'm not gonna sell the items that I got here because it's almost lunch break. Okay, full item. We chill, we chill. It's gonna take a lot of time for them to like come here, so we don't even need to rush. During lunch break, they're so slow. Like, just do this. I don't think I can bench press. Or maybe just do it once. Come on, I'm here. You're so slow. I want to get stonk and do bench press. Come on. Come on. Get out of here. I want to see the magnet stick. Yeah, it is still 40 money? Okay. Alright, I have a lot of things. Misha the Trickster. Cassette tape? I have that. Okay, nice. We have free money. God, you don't even cook? Why are you here? You can simply just put some oil in the pan and cook the fish. Like, she doesn't even want to do that. Just raw, rotten fish. I don't have enough energy. Alright, let's do some Gamba real quick. Dima? Dima the streamer? Danila? Reznov? Melnik? Victor? Prince. Okay. We play cards with Dima. Dima is also the Counter-Strike streamer or Counter-Strike video like YouTuber that I watch. Dima has a sleight of hand. I mean, everyone does apparently in this game. One more? Personally, I think this is the fastest way, to the best of my own capabilities anyway. I couldn't do 16, like I literally can't. They just teleport. Okay, one more time. I almost lost it. Alright, last one. Nice. Alright, let's go buy something. Maybe I can buy this? Nice. New toilet. Alright, go, 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 go. We have coffee here, very, very nice. This is such a fancy coffee dispenser, oh my god. I don't think I've seen a coffee dispenser looks like this. Give me a second. Okay. I'm at 130. Nice. Thank you very much. And Kobo got the ball rolling. 240, 24, 80 for another bag. Chisel? For what? Should buy some nades. I'll buy this. And then I'll buy this. For rocks, less noise? Probably? What the heck? How'd you get down there? Fine. Oh yeah, the magnet stick. Ooh, it's so good. What was that I just got? It was something very shiny. There's so many rocks here. This cave is gonna be hard to clean. It's gonna be a tough job for this Kobo maid. Look at this new toilet. Wait, hiya. I guess we can use a bomb now. We bomb when? Oh, we can use two actually. Wait, okay. Okay, everything is fine. The game just told me to roll up the carpet. I know. That's a lot of money. Not bad. I'm just gonna go for 80%. Nice. Maxed energy is you, right? Buy maxed energy first and then recover energy is like the best move here. Nice. And then we can just buy this one. It's so worth it. Holy, it's so worth it. Kobo already min-maxing this game. Min-maxing. It's so good. Like when you get the upgrade, when you get some of the upgrades, the game feels so nice. Diggy diggy home. I wanna buy more need, but it's so expensive. God, I need toilet paper. I just shed until now tomorrow. I need toilet paper. You notice that I just flush my toilet 8 times a day, right? Or like 25 times a day. 150? Oh yeah. Maybe I can buy a new shovel? 240? Oh fuck. 187. 160. 160. Yeah, buy this one. It's pretty worth actually. Prison respect. Oh no. Okay. Oh, we can listen to some lights out music, no? Gosh, you're so slow. I could have ran away. But I would never run away because there's so many shinies here. I'm playing this game is not because I want to escape prison, I want to clean my cave. Green metal box? Oh, the metal box is a present. But because it's gulag, it cannot be too celebratory. Yeah, the guards just don't care about dynamites now. And sometimes the items just face through the ground. It's kind of funny. Diggy home. Oh my god, golden ring. That's gonna be a lot of money. And then I can drink one more time. And then once I go EP, and then when I wake up, it's gonna reset again and I can drink the coffee again. It's so good. That's why like one coffee station on like the coffee dispenser or like tea dispenser, or both of them, it's so strong. It just really speeds up the progress of the game, and I love it. And obviously more shinies for me to dig as well. Tiki 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 home. Oh. Alright, let's EP. Stale soup? At least that's not contaminated. At night, the guards outside illuminate the area between the fence and the prison. Remember what the drunk guard said? The electrical system is terrible. Maybe you can sabotage it? Maybe? Or diggy diggy home. It's gonna be so much money. I wonder if there's any more like games like this where you do mundane tasks and then you earn money, and then you can get, what the hell, the triple? You do mundane tasks, you gain money, you gain upgrades, and then you do stuff better. I always love games like this. I need to find more, but apparently games like this is kind of rare, question mark? Everything okay? Yeah. 69? Yo, do I get the 69? Oh, fuck you. Of course that would fail. That's my first big haul and you just do that? $320. How much is that? 3? Okay, let's buy it then. Well, at least that's some upgrades. Kobo didn't do anything. Like, I looked to the ceiling. Nope, not doing anything. I'm just cleaning my house. I'm just cleaning my home. It's important stuff. Diggy diggy home. That might be a good bolt for cleaning my house like this, or like my cave. You're so slow. 152. Oh, now you work. The 69 is so weird sometimes. 380. 40 for the shoes. 160 for more energy slots. For slots in energy drink cap. Sure. You want a ducky? Oh my god, a ducky of who? Heck yeah, also congrats. I love ducky. I assume that's like the pillowcase, right? The fox boy Hama. Hama the streamer? Or is it... Oh yeah, oh okay okay, I thought it's someone else. Heck yeah, congrats! New ducky. I still have my Adin Ducky Makura. The banana dragon. Tiki tiki hole. I guess this week Zeus isn't here. I'm sorry about last week's deal breaking. And to Zeus as well. I think this week we should be able to play an extra day. Or I want to actually, if Zeus isn't here. Hi Chip. Oh my god. Man. Hope Chip is doing good. Wait. Buy sell upgrade. 134. Oh no, 69? Okay. 140. Money, I should be able to buy something, no? Like... Oh, lunch break already? 25. Yeah, keep it up. Oh, buy. I'm not doing anything. I definitely didn't buy a new carpet out of nowhere. No. I punched people and I got the new carpet. That's how you do things in prison, no? You punch people, you get money, and then you get new stuff in your prison, and then people respect you for it. Yeah, get up. Been doing fine, Kobo friends too? Heck yeah, I'm doing pretty okay.
Hey, comrade.
Hey, comrade. Ornament spoon, more like you suck. Alright, let's do some sick pool bench press. I'll do get that by after as well. I will do until like 140 kilogram. Yeah. I'm destroying my space. Yeah. Is it a good idea to do until 140? I don't know. Oh my god, it's so slow. To be fair, I can't even lift 20 kilograms. Or maybe I can, I don't know. Ah, my hand hurts. Oh, fuck now. Oh, we need more money so that we can buy energy drink. Okay, one more. Don't look and it'll be over quick. It's not done yet? Holy shit. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, fuck. Can I do one more? I guess we do pull up. Pull up? So the energy? Shit. Alright, let's get some money. Danila? Where's Dima? Dima. Alright. Let's get the fine first. We look at the cards and then I can get the time. I think we should play Raft together on Friday as well if I can. So that we have like an extra day of playing Raft together. I don't know if Kobo Thigh is getting stronger. Need to go prep for work, so I'll be lurking. Hope Kobo and Chad have a nice stream. Thank you, Chip. Good luck with work later as well. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Oh. Alright, let's get some money. Okay. Okay. I missed it. Oh fuck. No. I hate it when the first swipe is so sudden and I cannot see where they go. I think I'm just old. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, I can do more? Fuck. Okay, go, 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 go. Yeah, buy this. Fuck! I got caught. Guard fine. First time get caught by the guard. So what happens then? Oh, hi Zeus. Oh, Zeus is here. Do I lose anything? Oh, Mike, what? What? Holy shit, I need to fucking do it over again? Okay, I don't lose my upgrade no, so it's fine. Oh wait, no, that's what it's supposed to do. Oh yeah, that actually feels really good. You know what? Maybe getting caught isn't that bad. Oh, what if I almost won and I get caught and I can like keep buying upgrades? Know what I mean? Let me look at it's 2 p.m. Okay. So it's Zeus is here. Okay. Oh yeah, ask for toilet paper. You know you called me, but it's okay. I didn't know they're gonna be like immediately caught you, even though they didn't see me yet. 356 iron shovel. So I can buy it still, right? Yeah. Essentially, I didn't lose much, to be honest. Oh my god, that's so cursed. There. Discord. Oh, the call. I need to save and quit this one. Save and exit. As much as I want to diggy hole more. Zeus. Alright, let's see. Boom. I don't remember how to play Raft anymore, I feel like. Join. Oh my god, it's the bomb. It's so big. Brecky's the host, right? Is Brecky here? It's an expression of all the scram I've inside you. The scram. It's okay, scram's good. And screaming is good. Oh. Eat Brecky.
It's me.
Eat Brecky, oh my god. Alright, I need to change the title. Kobo is afraid of water. If you go to the Fugi website, you can get individual browser source for each one. Oh. Actually didn't know that. I also want to open up my own music as well. Discord reactive? Reactive.fuki.tech? Why is that two the same thing? Oh, okay, okay.
Oh my god.
Wait.
I had to open my other browser and I immediately get an ad, which I never get
Oh,
on my other browser.
no. Reactive images. Okay.
I'm gonna start the map and then I have to go to the bathroom.
I'll join then.
If the game ever loads.
Oh, accept.
Friends can join. I have to set the password every time.
It failed to load Steam stream together. Ooh.
I haven't started yet.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm still trying to like figure
This
out how to get the individual browser source thingy.
I guess the shark will attack already, right?
Probably.
Whatever, what's the worst that can happen? You should be able to join with the same password.
Oh wow! Wait.
And I will...
Oh, I didn't know. Wow. All right. Let me do the browser source real quick. And then this one. So the password is still the same one, right?
Right, I have to... There we go. Um, all right. Hit go live.
Oh, could you guys not hear me before?
No, I think you were
No.
muted for a while.
Oh, my microphone wasn't routed through my audio
Oh.
software.
I'm
Hide
sorry
your
for any bot spam that will appear in a second.
join world.
I don't know the
Okay,
password.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Congratulations on first, Wolfen.
All right, I joined.
Bracky never said the password.
I know the password.
I don't.
You don't?
Can you not enter it?
I don't know the password.
It's the same one as before.
This one.
Oh, okay. There's less there's less grammar than I assumed.
It's an interesting password.
Oh, did my Stream Deck crash? Is that what happened?
I have no idea. And Bracky. Oh my god. I got the achievement. Place a sail in a stationary anchor. Something? Alright, how do I play this game again? I don't remember. Hi again, Brett Talk. Brecken.
Okay, my Stream Deck is messing up somehow.
A game is kinda loud. And good things come to those who float. I already forgot about that.
Okay, I am back.
Wow, Zeus is back. Oh my god.
Hello.
I forgot how to play this game already.
You move with WASD. You jump
Mm-hmm.
with space. You run with shift. Left click is usually how you interact with stuff.
Hello.
Oh yeah,
Hello.
oh hi. Welcome back. Oh,
Shark. We got Tiro on
I
Shark
think,
duty.
my spear
I
broke.
think my box is not connected.
Oh, Tiro's not on Shark duty anymore.
my spear broke. I don't have a spear anymore.
We now have feathers, which means we can make more stuff. We can make arrows now.
But I need spear.
Arrows are like spears you can throw.
You throw arrows instead of shooting them?
I mean, if you're strong enough,
I'm not. I'm so tiny.
I believe in you.
No.
There we go.
What were we doing? I need to drink water.
Oh, we stopped by this structure. And I think we need
Where were we?
planks still.
Yes, we always need planks.
We're growing planks.
I don't think we have planks anymore. What is that sound?
We were cutting trees.
Oh, that was weird
Planks.
for my ears. Oh my god.
We're out of tree seeds. Oh no, I have tree seeds.
How do I? Oh, you added them already. Never mind.
I have fishing rods still.
Yeah, I really wanted to add these 4 more nets here.
I'm fishing.
Do we want to go to sleep? I need food.
I'm fishing.
Yeah, me
I think
too.
it's
I'm
already morning.
currently trying to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's some food in the small grill. I'll leave
Yeah,
it
I think
one.
the grill has some fish.
Okay, we got to this thing at the very end, and now we can explore it.
Yeah.
We ended with a cliffhanger.
We got to keep the audience somehow. Because God knows they're not here for me.
I'm just fishing.
Hello, Brad Talk.
I'm eating
You scared me.
pistachios.
I hope that worked. I didn't get to look fast enough.
I got under the
How are
lucky
you doing,
cat.
Brad Talk?
Yay. Oh my god, the burp is loafing.
Now I can't go up from this angle. That was my plan after you covered it from the middle. I was
It's
going from the
okay.
right.
We can go for the above.
Now I have to go from the left. Everyone knows left isn't as good as right.
I don't know. I know how to jump.
Do we want to explore this area?
Sure,
We're
I
just
don't
gonna
have
drive
anything.
away.
We kind of have to explore this area.
Mm-hmm.
Do we get up there? We just no. Oh, you can go down here. I thought that was the shark.
It is me, the shark.
Shark pop. I have to go.
I have to fish one more fish.
I desire oxygen. Oh, there's actually the shark here.
It is me, the shark, again.
Aren't we all sharks?
You already get everything done.
Yeah, I got all the stuff from that room underwater. That one underwater room. I don't know how many more there are.
I guess I'll put the cooked shark meat with the shark head.
No, shark meat is food. We put it in the food chest.
Where's the food vest?
The food chest is next to the
Go
food
briefcase.
stuff. Oh yeah, there's voice acting.
Oh my god, there's a plank.
Someone's talking. Oh, it's Uncle.
Yeah, there's voice
Oh,
acting in this island.
Uncle Bob. Hello, broken.
Eat bird.
Hello, Akko Borb.
Oh, I got up. Caught a shark, named him Bruce.
How do you get into that structure?
There's stairs, I think.
No, what I did is I jumped on this door over here.
Oh, I got up. Okay. I got you,
This door.
Bruce.
Robbie, boat's gone. Bruce is after me. Gonna stay here until I find a way off this place.
I hear
Mike.
shark bite noises.
Yeah, it was biting me.
Chomp.
Oh, there's a bunch of scraps here.
Yeah, we gotta vacuum this place clean. Pick up note.
What is that accent? It sounds so nice.
I need to make a spear.
I don't have anything. I found a blueprint headlight.
I found blueprint for shark dinner.
I found no. Wait, I'm so dumb. I
14th
forgot.
of February. Sparrows come. At Celine. 6th of March. Another distress call. Varuna Point. Missing child. 16th of April. Rafters dreaming of utopia. Foolish hope.
I didn't capture the game, so no one could hear anything on my end. Oh no.
If you hit, what is the button? No, L, J, M. No, there's a key to open a separate menu. T.
For
If you hit T, you can rehear all the stuff.
oh
December 12th.
oh. This looks climbable, but I cannot climb it.
I can go this way.
Can I have planks from someone?
I don't have
Wait,
planks.
where are you? Are you on the raft? I can.
Yeah, I'm on the raft.
throw them
I'm
on the
getting
raft.
on the island.
I can drop them on the tree farm.
Okay.
Oh, I jumped down because I'm down.
I have to leave now. I wish all three of you lots of fun. Don't let the sharks bite you. I'll try to. Thank you, Brett.
He just bit me.
It's okay. It doesn't
Okay,
hurt.
I'm here.
Have a good day, Brett Talk. Thanks for stopping by.
Aren't you? I dropped 12.
I don't see. Oh, you're over there. Oh, right here. Thank you.
No.
February. We've picked up a lot of signals. Maybe someone will come and help us. We're not starving. Yet. The reactor at Celine might be the only chance we have against this endless ocean. You knew it, Sparrow. Owl thinks you betrayed us, but you must have had a good reason for leaving us here. I hope you make it to Celine. I hope you finish the reactor. For all of us.
Looking for more chests.
I can keep climbing. Is that someone? Is there a utopia? Find a whiteboard. Can I talk to Allah?
Hey, a friendly face! Wondering how I ended up here? Long story. Really, really long story. Anyway, nice raft. If you need any repairs done, let me know. I've sort of ended up as a maritime expert. Maybe even the world.
Okay, I'm on the island now.
Awesome. Let's head out.
New playable character Tala?
Yeah. As you find islands, you can find new playable characters to play as.
Tala just become like a light. I found recycler. Pick up note. New note added.
Nice.
How do I go up from here?
Hey, a friendly face.
Oh no, don't talk to me
Yeah,
again.
if you keep clicking the light, it repeats the little cutscene.
Help. Help.
Long story.
Help?
Anyway, nice raft.
Tala is being noisy. She didn't exist when I played. So Tala is a new feature in the game?
Oh, so after they did all the quests, they started adding NPCs to the quests.
So back then there were no NPCs, just notes.
Yeah, it was just notes.
Oh.
Did you guys already get everything from these rooms? I'm running around and there's nothing.
Feels like I got everything. There's no planks though.
I try to be pretty clean.
If we hit T, we can see if we got everything.
People number
Yeah, we got all the
1725.
notes.
Got an achievement for that. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Jade. The head pets, oh my god. I think the head pet just head pet all three of us, no?
They didn't head pat me.
I sure can. And I want to.
Yeah, so that was everything. They gave us a code at the very end that we can use on our little machine to find a new quest island.
I have blueprints.
Oh, we got the scrap machine. We can make that now. We can now use the trading posts. Kind of. It's really annoying to use right now.
I don't know where to put the scrap. I'll put...
These three
put-
chests are for like crafting materials.
I'll put scrap at the hinge one.
I think I put scrap into the stone plastic chest, but it doesn't matter.
How about blueprints?
Blueprints we can throw away. Once we have them, we get whatever they had.
Oh, we just throw the blueprints away?
Oh,
Yeah.
First, you look on the research table if it's researchable.
Okay.
I don't think they're researchable anymore after like an update.
Still good.
It says researched ED. Okay, they are both researched. Oh! Sure. I have no spear. I'll just throw it away then.
Hello, Miyako.
Okay, so I think we're done here. We can leave.
Feels like it.
Yeah. We need 100 wooden planks. At least.
1,000,000 wooden planks.
That would be better.
Planks are so hard to get.
We can make more tree farms and get some wood like that. The thing
But
about
we
that is
need
that seeds
more
aren't
wood
guaranteed.
for that. So you can build them.
6 whole paws.
Dang.
I would just really like to add at least 4 nets here.
That's made out of leaves mostly, and we have a lot of leaves.
I have all the ropes in my inventory I need.
Nice.
I just need
Oh, do you want? I'll put planks
I
in the
need
leaf
24
chest.
planks. That's all I need.
I got 13.
Hello, Jade.
We should start getting stuff now that we're moving. You can see the stuff spawning in the distance. With our beds. Oh, our bed's over here.
Are we moving?
Yeah. The island's over there. The one we were just on.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just fishing. Oh, we're moving.
Am I getting sent to Sindor? You should send yourself to him.
I don't know what Sindel is.
I don't know what Sinto is, but I want Jade.
Jade's partner.
Oh.
Hello, Peter.
Ooh, dragon.
Yes. Very pretty dragon.
Mini dragon.
Dang it, I missed the wood.
Did you get the planks I left over here? I left some planks over here.
That's true.
I'm not really getting planks though, I'm just kind of fishing here.
I want to make the scrap machine.
I bet it means 30 planks.
I don't know where it is, and I don't know how to search. Is there a way to search? It's called a recycler, I think.
That's the blueprint that I got just now.
Oh, it's on the chest icon at the bottom.
Yeah.
Plastic, metal
just saw it.
ingot, bolts or hinges, circuit board. I'm eating pistachios right now.
I
Fancy
need
peanuts.
4 metal ingots.
I have 4 metal ingots in my inventory.
If you want to put them in the chest, I can use them.
I'm gonna throw them at you. Clonk.
Oh, my fishing rod broke.
Oh no.
Okay, we have this. I'll put it here for now.
Oh my god. Barrel time again.
Here, we can put materials we don't need into this, and it'll give us currency that we can use to trade at the islands.
We need
Currency?
everything.
Are there anything
Yeah.
that we don't need? I feel like we need everything in this game, no?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, we need everything. But as the game goes on, we can start getting stuff.
Probably
And the more
plastic
rare the item is, the
usable
more
right now.
it gives us.
Maybe the blueprints?
Oh, I want to make a bow. No, blueprints can't go in. It has to be like crafting materials.
Oh, you're so picky.
That box. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make arrows.
I have a wooden spear again.
I want to build, but it's so expensive. Glow-aloo.
6 arrows.
I cannot roll R's.
Brr.
I'm also
I don't know how good it
surprisingly
sounded.
bad at it.
I can do it because it's from my culture.
Ooh. I'm walking very slowly. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh shit. I'm eating the shark.
I need all the wood.
I'm gonna make another nest.
Do it culture us wonderfully. Yeah, do it.
The
Zeus.
strat that I tell people if they don't know how to do it is they just have to pretend to throw up. They just go.
No, that's not an R. Planks and leaves.
Raft is great. Even though I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. It's the first time me playing it.
It's a cool, chill game.
Oh, I'm hungry. Do I have food on me? No.
I mean, I know the game is called Raft. Would we eventually like get some like motor so that we can like drive our raft somehow? Is that a thing?
Oh, there's food in here.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, did I get it? I got
We
it.
get a bird
Kill a
hunt.
I killed the bird.
Dang.
Whoa, I got an achievement. I didn't do it.
I killed it with a spear.
I fell
Don't
down.
tell Jade.
Oh no.
I
Um,
really
Bye,
need
Tora.
It's okay, I'm good. Oh, I'm 30. Oh.
to get him. Oh my god, we missed 3 boxes. We need to make the...
Hi, Volch. My character's coughing. Oh, I'm
That's
I'm
why that-
thirsty.
There is a limit to how big all the items, or like how far all the items appear, and we can make the raft wide enough to catch all of them.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
We just missed 3 barrels. And my brain is like, oh wait.
Wait, do we miss barrels? Oh shit.
Yes.
No, I didn't see them. Oh, I see them now. I shouldn't have looked.
Oh, shark's coming.
No, I have spear.
Okay.
It's all good.
What do we need for these reinforcements again?
Iron ingot and nails, I think.
I think it's a fine. Nails are fine, I meant to say.
Yeah, iron ingot is slow for now. I think we can make another furnace. No, we cannot make another furnace.
Where do we put the goop in?
Do you want goop?
No, I want to put it in the chest. I'm just put it here.
Put it. I would put it with leaves.
Yeah, then do that.
Okay.
I'm trying my best to get as much plank as possible now.
Yes. I don't know if need it for crafting, but I'd love to build a bit.
Build a what?
A bit. Just want to build.
Oh, okay. I mean, as long as we keep moving, we'll keep getting.
Oh my god, the shark. I'm okay. I didn't die.
Oh, you're nailing them on there.
I want to build a nice and comfy raft.
I got a fishing rod again.
Oh, really? You get only half the planks left? That's stinky.
You need planks?
When you dismantle a wall, you only get half the planks back.
I think I'm gonna make another tree farm.
Would be nice.
I'm gonna make this a cooking corner.
I've been trying to gather planks and I have like 35 planks on me.
Oh,
They're
please.
mine. I want them.
Damn, I don't want to. I call dibs. I can put it into the
I do plan.
chest. I'll put into the leaf chest.
Yes, he's gonna have
Mine. Okay, I don't want them anymore. I'm done.
That was quick. It's okay. I'm gonna keep gathering anyway.
Not.
Keep gathering more planks.
Oh, this is a slope. Can I place this anywhere? Oh, that's not a roof. I see. This one? No, raised floor. Where the hell do you put a roof there? Is it this one? Ah,
I see island on our. I don't know whether it's left.
Yeah. If you look at where the stuff is coming from is forward.
Oh, so forward.
That's where we're headed.
Left, yeah.
Yeah, we could use a paddle to get to it.
I don't have a
I think an
paddle.
island would be useful.
Yeah. Maybe we
Some
can
more
get
metals.
some.
We can start reinforcing everything.
Oh, my character's hungry. He's so needy. I'm gonna steal
There's a
this.
fish on the grill.
I stole the crate. Oh, it's a gunfish.
A gunfish?
Yeah, gunfish.
You're doing workout, you can't watch me. Thank you for the hot plate. Oh, right there.
I put my
I don't have a
half-eaten
hook.
fish.
I'm grabbing it.
Grabbing what?
There's a box that swam past us.
Oh, I'm paddling to the island. Probably why.
I'm on the raft again.
There's like so many planks.
Sippies, I
Um,
shall. I have no water next to me. I have 3 empty water bottles next to me.
We are here at the island.
Yay, I have axe. I want to murder the tree. Brekkie count his box? Heck yeah.
Quick, someone redeem Bracky in a box.
Brekkie in a box.
I have to BRB. I'm gonna go on the raft.
Okay. I'm gonna see if there's trees to murder.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Luck.
I had you guys muted for this whole time.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'll stand somewhere where I could probably see everything you guys are doing.
Next to the box.
So you couldn't hear us this whole time?
I could, but the stream, I mean, no one's watching, so
No, no.
no,
salt
no loss,
water.
I guess.
Oh, what's that, Brekkie?
No, I had salt water on my drinking bottle.
It's savory. You're drinking savory water.
Salt.
The man. I think I murdered all the trees here.
Here, what do you think of the cooking area?
I'll put the planks into the leaf chest again.
Want here to build cooking area.
Where do we put seeds?
I put them next to the tree in those boxes. Yeah, you
Oh,
got it.
okay. Oh yeah, we could like dive underwater and try to get some minerals.
Yeah. I don't build. I'm building right now. No one is gonna stop me.
I mean, if I keep moving, the shark cannot bite me, I think. I have the power of ping on my side.
I'm not sure.
I want to eat pineapple.
I'm unhinged. I need some hinges to craft chests. Make like a wall shelf.
Ooh, I got metal ore. I was drowning, holy shit. I picked up a bunch of seaweed. I don't know how important that thing is.
I think that's also somewhat helpful.
Oh, oh, the shark is very interested in me all of a sudden.
Make a curtain.
I'm okay.
Making two curtains.
Oh, this bird's right outside my window. Uh-oh.
What kind of bird?
I don't know. It looks like sparrow. Uh-oh. I got him.
Need to cook more fish.
I could fish more.
The food consumption rate in this game is crazy.
Yeah,
You have
like
to eat so much.
our character is so
Yeah, just
needy.
casually eating 5 fish and 2 whole melons. That's normal.
Yeah, that's normal. I mean, watermelon doesn't give much food. I guess that's normal. But fish?
Like, hold on. Hello, Rez.
And Brapelski? Ooh.
Currently trying to build a comfy cooking corner. So we can put...
Everywhere is a comfy fishing corner.
I can make a comfy fishing corner for you.
I would
Maybe.
love a comfy fishing corner. Firewood rack? Ooh.
Maybe like some form of light. Lights.
Nice.
Candlestick. String light. We need plastic and ropes. Ropes are here. Oh, these are awesome.
Which one?
Oh, there.
I want to go take a look. Oh, leave. Oh my god, that looks so nice though. Oh, we can make stew and everything?
Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
what we have to use to cook this.
Yeah, it feels like we can
I
just
think
like
there's
cook
like a
raw
hungry.
things.
cooking pot or whatever.
Probably. Maybe like a cauldron?
Yeah, I just don't know.
Howdy.
Hello.
Welcome back, Zeus.
Yeah, the two. There's also a door back here, by the way. Once the entire thing is enclosed,
Door?
just want a bunch of access points.
Raggy closed the door on me.
Oh, door.
Get wrecked.
Leaf door.
Where's our cooking?
In the cooking corner.
Yeah, the cooking corner.
But this was a cooking corner. Now I'm lost.
It's okay, you get used to it.
Now I can't learn.
I believe in Zeus, it's
Sounds
okay.
like a issue. That's cool. It does like little ropes here. Nice. I'm gonna put a lucky cat on the chest.
I'm hungry. I'm stealing the coconut.
Can I do that? I think I can.
Oh yeah, coconut.
Where'd the big fish go that
Oh
was
my
here?
god, we can make a toilet.
Eaten.
Oh, this corner is missing.
Oh.
Bloody plastic.
Shark hurts. What the heck?
Is it a new shark? Because if not, it should be close to dying.
I don't think it's a new shark. But I'm close to dying.
I can probably fight it.
Eh,
Where are you, shark?
I have no health left.
I hit it, but he still bit me. Nope, he's killing me.
They're just gonna sit on the shelf. That's fine with me.
Jade can sit on this nest over here that's just there.
There's a nest? Ooh, I'm stealing that area. And purchase on the shelf immediately. It's my area now. I prefer people around.
It's not where I go hunt the birds that get too close.
Oh, we can. I'm
worry,
gonna
Jade.
cut the tree.
We can cut the trees.
Ooh, I got a seed. I can replant it.
Sit there. Where?
Well, also these planter boxes for trees would not work. The roots need to go so deep.
Yes.
I need one more plank. So that I can make another fishing rod.
Can I... Here. In front of your feet, there's a box.
Oh, thank you. Now I can go fishing again.
My character's hungry.
Well, oh, I took copper ore, not clay.
A pair of Komiko Neko is neighbor. Komiko Neko? Oh, the lucky cat?
You guys know how to make goo, right? Vine goo.
No.
You just put seaweed in one of the smelters.
Put seaweed on melter?
Yeah, on the one of the furnaces on a smelter.
Oh,
You connect to the wall.
I got a candle bottle. Oh,
I think the door might be in the way, or the curtain. I don't know.
I was in the way.
Brecky B.
Oh, I killed shark. We can go looting.
I don't have a hook. I'm building. No one is gonna stop me from building.
I have hook.
Bracky, we need to go looting.
I'm going
Oh,
hook.
painful. Oh my god, we need so much clay.
If only we knew where clay was.
I'm down.
Bracky's not building anymore. I did it.
I'm looting as well now.
We're gonna get so much loot.
I'm about to
Oh,
starve
inventory's
though.
full. Oh,
Is this stone? Oh, it is. We don't need that much stone, right?
no,
Thanks.
stone, no.
Stone
Oh.
is fine.
My hook broke. I couldn't make another one. Oh. I'm hookless. I have an idea.
We really need clay.
Clay and sand spawn at about the same spots.
About one single piece of clay.
I got a new hook.
Um,
Did we ever make a
Hopefully we
shovel?
I have a shovel.
Okay. That's all I need. Like, not now, but like eventually.
Yeah, I
Giant clam?
collected some dirt from one of the islands. In that case.
I'm gathering the floating stuff around the ship or the raft.
Going
Shit.
fast.
There's stuff on the back of the island.
I found clam.
Oh, there's 2 clay here.
Hello.
Oh my God,
There's
get
a
it drop.
ton of sand.
I'm getting scraps as well.
Hello, Toon Bolt. Drink
Oh,
water again.
Toon Ball?
Yes.
And Cobalt friend?
They like to drown me in water. Just like Gaten. I'm
I'm not being drowned. Oh, I'm dying. What the heck?
Do we need clay for progression stuff right now?
Yeah, not right now, but we will.
Oh, I'm thirsty.
Then I will refrain from building a furnace, like a fireplace.
I'm being drowned by two.
I think we've gotten most of the stuff on this island.
Yeah, I've been cleaning up.
Feels like it. I need
Oh, there's some
water.
copper over here.
I'll drink in a second because we have to use every second before
The
the
shark
comes back.
arrives. Before you're gonna get numbed again.
Okay, I found more metal. Oh, the shark is back.
Is it back
Shark is
already?
back.
Aww.
It's coming after you.
Yeah. What a munch.
I don't think I can parry him with my delay.
I never parried.
Okay, let me put this in here. This stuff. I will refrain from using the clay.
You can't. I'd say we need 4 more bricks, and then we can use as much clay as we want. I could try to make the
Queenie.
bricks.
You need 8 clay for 1 fireplace. I don't think it's worth it right now.
Well, 8 clay is 4 bricks. It's not that bad. 2, 3, 4.
Hello, Queenie. Thanks for the pets.
I need 2 more bricks.
I have a clay and 2 sand.
Okay, you can use clay now. We should be fine for a while.
Thanks for the banana.
Greenium.
A reminder to self-care.
Yeah,
Like
Zeus
a
should
redeem
bring us
reminder?
one.
I mean, I have redeems, so you could punish me if I don't self-care. Same thing, right?
No.
I think yes.
There's no need to punish.
What am I seeing?
How are you all doing today?
I saw like flashing red lights.
Oh, I placed a torch. Maybe that.
Oh.
I'm doing pretty good.
Ow.
I'm enjoying fishing a lot. I'm not doing
Oh,
anything
you
in this
might
round.
have been standing inside of this torch.
Oh, was I? No, was I? No. I was like over here.
Oh, maybe it's when
Oh.
I hold the torch in my hand.
No, I don't know. I'm confused. Okay, I saw the
Oh,
flash.
okay.
Yeah, I guess when you
Rolling.
placed it, it flashes my screen.
That's strange.
Do you think we're done here?
Feels like it. I'm fishing.
There's some stuff on the or some planes that no one cares about except me.
Who?
Because if we start
I
moving,
would
we can get
like-
more material.
Yellow paint. Do you make paint by cooking it as well?
We need to make a paint mixer, which I don't
Can
remember
we
how
get
to
a
get.
raft tour?
Ooh.
This is a platform with everything.
And this is the
Here's
second platform with everything
2
else.
lines of nets. Here's a little cooking corner that I was working on.
With one fish.
here you can go up, and there's a bunch of stuff. I hope you like the tour.
That'll be $20. That means we're getting a tip.
Oh. My fishing
I'm
rod
gonna raise
broke.
the anchor.
Yeah, I think we should be fine. Just
Yeah.
Hello,
I'll
Vragger.
need
Thank
more
you for
planks.
following. You scared me.
Good tour, 10 out of 10.
Do we need to go any higher later?
We don't need to.
Okay.
We could go.
I
Oh,
just-
thanks for the tip.
Oh,
Oh my god, we've all been
thank you,
tipped.
Toonbolt.
Good tour.
We should give more. We should give more tours.
We sell tours for 20 bits each now.
Dang.
Whenever you see someone new, just ask them if they want a tour.
And then we'll force
Okay.
them to give 20 bits.
Yes.
Thank you, Toon.
Let's see. Where can we go? Oh, there's no nearby island.
Where?
There's a barrel that's too far away.
Finally awake.
1725.
Do you have planks again, Tiro?
No, I'm trying to gather now.
Okay.
Where are we going? Which way's forward?
Oh, how did I miss it?
That way.
I chopped on trees. Yeah.
No, trees are done.
This is stealing all my wood.
I planted the trees. Oh, there's a barrel.
How to decide how much we'll need in the future?
Me?
Much space.
A hecton because I love hoarding.
We do have to make sure we clear the nets every once in a while, which isn't an issue right now.
I could clear
Yeah,
it,
the-
but
I feel like that's what I'm doing every time I run out of planks. I just run around and
What island is next? We can
there's
go
an
to this
island
small
nearby.
island, but I kind of don't want to go to small islands. I want to go to big islands.
Getting
Oh,
all the
my
free
inventory is
loose
full.
planks.
Motorways look well nice.
More
Sis, I have a
motivating?
gift for you.
What?
Have this. It's clogging up my
A
inventory.
shovel? Okay.
You know, the shovel holder.
Okay. We can always make a chest to have stuff in, like the one under the... Oh, shark.
Shark?
Oh, see. Oh. No. Wait. Oh my god, that was so close.
We're not stopping by the small island, right?
I kind of want to skip it. Because big islands
We
are so
can,
much
like,
better.
Chop down the trees.
Yeah, I think we can chop down the tree
Okay.
and then go.
If you want to put the anchor down, I'm going to get closer with the paddle.
How do I... Where's the anchor? Are you the anchor?
The anchor's under the trees.
Maybe
There's a little lever.
My inventory is full.
This lever right
Someone
here.
else has to chop down the trees.
Oh, drop. I dropped it.
We can go fight the trees.
I want to murder trees.
You... Oh, I need a lot of...
And free watermelon?
That should be fine.
Oh, there. Let's get the box to wherever it is. While we're here.
Box?
Hello, Toonbolt. Thank you for following. Yeah, each one of these islands has a little treasure.
I've
They're
never seen them.
sometimes very obvious. Sometimes they're underwater. Oh, my character's hungry. I just want to go to a big island. I don't want small islands.
And Zeus greedy. Well, we cut down
Oh,
the tree.
no,
We
never
should be
mind.
good.
Yeah, I guess. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, there's pineapple here.
I got some seed.
I'm out of wood already.
I have a stack. I give Brecky.
I catch it in midair, that's how excited I am.
Brecky is so cool.
No, I missed. Damn it. Okay, let's go. Why is this iron not cooking? Or have you been replacing the iron?
Who?
The iron that's here.
I never
Have you guys
touched
been
the
replacing
iron
it?
stuff though.
No.
It's not cooking.
Is there do you need a plank in there? Place
They didn't
plank.
tell me it needs planks.
I have to like look at the bottom.
I'm fishing again.
Hello, Bracky.
What do you think if we put the furnaces like out here?
We could, but at least wait for them to finish these.
Yeah, of course. I'm out of wood anyways. As
I can
always.
try to gather more.
That's fine.
Oh, where'd all my wood go? I thought I had some.
I ate it.
Num num wood.
Oh, I just put it in the smelters, I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. The decorational stuff is not that urgent.
Oh, Bracky, you see these poles right here?
Yeah.
You can make these so you don't have to make as many poles like across the boat.
Oh, I see.
Oh, the waves making like. It's
I want
all
to make the rest
oriental.
here a room.
The middle,
guess
a room?
Need room? Yes. Like there's one big room in here, and then I don't know. There's gonna be research and storage.
Okay.
I hope that was worth it.
It was. Are we still making
Look up
food?
all the planks.
No.
Oh, Toonbolt reminded me.
What did Toonbolt remind you of?
I wanted to give you all my money so I can unlock the power emote.
The
So you
paw
can unlock-
emote?
Oh.
Yeah, the 1000-bit emote.
Oh.
You don't need to do that. Bracky wants to give me money.
I do.
Bracky shouldn't give me money.
You're always
Here's the
asking
thing
for
I
Oh my god, barrel.
I mean, it's
You have to
the
accept it.
default if you want to be a streamer.
No. I missed the barrel.
We can't make grass plots yet.
That's fine.
Is there? Do we have? Oh, we do have. Okay. Do we want to go to the next quest location? We're gonna
I
not
guess
get
so.
as much stuff.
I'm fine with just riding around for a bit.
I'm okay with either, yeah. The Zeus
Okay.
can choose.
Oh, there's an island coming up.
Yeah, I think that's the quest location.
Oh,
Got any planks?
Maybe? No, that's too close.
Yep,
you want planks? I have 6.
that's fine. I'm desperate.
There's not a lot of planks here this time for some reason.
Oh, because
That's fine.
I set the sail, which means we're not getting resources.
Oh, it's going the awkward angle as well.
Where do you want these smelters?
Well, there would be a wall on this side, and then behind the wall on the outside. Like, this side would be a wall.
I can give them to you. Wait, where'd they go?
Oh, they're on my screen.
Oh, they're all stacked. They're all stacked. Never mind.
Oh, cool.
Where did what go?
I put this box here, Bracky.
Yeah.
And two not very helpful.
Ah, we definitely need some wind toasting.
Where
Oh
are
my
we
god.
Wait.
Look at this. And now I'm out of planks. Dang it.
The trees are almost ready.
I found one
And I've
plank.
got 4 planks. If you want 4 planks, I'll throw them at you.
You can put the smelters like outside here.
I'm hungry.
We should have a good amount of iron right now, which means we can start reinforcing the raft. Which I think I'm going to do.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Especially next to all the stuff that's kind of expensive.
Can we set the... I'm gonna drop down the anchor.
Okay. Oh, we just ran into it.
This is a decent sized island. Nice. I hit the tree once and my axe broke.
Mm,
Make a new one. Waste all my wood. My precious wood.
Oh, I spent all my...
Oh, I got a mango seed.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm here to steal.
I thought this was a big island, but it's not. It's a small island.
It kind of
We
is.
do need
small.
more metal.
I could try to fish and make some shark bait if you want.
I think the shark's also pretty low now.
I feel like if you're at full HP, you can just tank a few hits and then just regenerate and then just tank a few hits.
Yeah, that's what I did on my solo playthrough.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing here as well.
Bracky's playing
When the
solo.
shark respawned, I just kept mining while getting hit a few times.
I need to get back to the boat. I need to eat a food.
I have 3 watermelon seed.
Do I have any food on me? I have raw food.
There's 3 cooked shark on the grill if you want. Why is the
Nice.
shark on top of the raft? What the heck?
He's part of us. He's a friend.
I guess it kind of is.
He's a friend. Ah.
Oh. Your character says otherwise, but what do I know?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh my goodness.
You're finding mega shiny?
There's a cave under here.
You
I'm
mean
gonna
there's
try
a...
to murder the shark.
I found the treasure on this island. It was a lot of planks.
I don't
That's
see
true
anything
treasure.
underwater.
Where I
It's
am, there's
directly
a
under the
lot of
raft.
stuff.
Look directly under the raft.
But I'm currently fighting the shark.
Oh, I'll try to like gather stuff around then.
Oh, shark is dead.
Oh,
Okay,
If anyone
which means
wants
we can get a lot of stuff. There's a lot of metal here.
I'm gonna gather the stuff that's
Also-
floating around.
to- Okay, hold E to pick up.
Oh, I'm running out of oxygen.
Right. Oh, my inventory is full.
I'm just dropping stuff right now so I can go back to
Yeah, me too.
mining.
I couldn't even pick up the shark. Shark meat is swimming in boxes on the ocean.
Oh, wow,
At
there
least you
is a lot of
packaged it.
stuff.
Hello, Gargoyle Gamer.
Hello?
My hook broke.
Ooh,
No.
Thanks for the
I have
rare.
another one.
gargoyle.
Welcome to We Beat Up the Shark Simulator.
Not me. I cannot do it. I'm the one that's getting beat up.
That's fine, we protect the kobold.
Yeah.
We use the kobold as bait.
No.
Let's build the secret.
We tie 3 tilrits together and throw them in the water.
We have 3 Tiuros? Oh my god.
That's how you make shark bait. You get 3 fish together.
I didn't think about that.
Good. I streamed like once in the last 2 weeks because first I wasn't feeling good and then I went on a trip.
Hello,
Oh.
and welcome.
Hello, Salazo. I'm not saying the rest.
Salazar. I like Salazar, not the rest.
How
Thanks
are
for
you
the
doing?
follow.
Thank you for following. There's a lot of clay and sand, but there's not much else.
Yeah, I'm
That's
getting a bunch
perfect.
of them.
I collected 6 metal already.
Oh, there's
And I
more
got the
metal
shark.
here.
Need to food.
There's boxes of seaweed up here that someone left.
My inventory is full.
How is Bracky doing?
Yeah, how is
I
Bracky?
just answered that
I expect a report on my desk.
By
question.
tomorrow
I'm doing
morning.
terrible.
No, you got 10 minutes.
Oh shit.
3 pages, single space.
Oh, I'm missing so many stuff.
I've got to cough. Where's my button?
Oh, shark's big.
There is a shark.
Yeah, the shark's trying to bite me, but I don't know why it cannot bite me. I'm cheating.
Maybe it was for going for someone else.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it
trying to
just
bite me,
swam
but it
through me.
missed.
I'm drowning, I'm drowning, I'm drowning.
I think it's just bad right now.
Oh, Zeus is so strong, he's tanking all the hits. And Brecky as well. I'm just gonna keep getting stuff.
I'm fighting it.
Now he's upset and he's swimming away.
Oh,
He's mad that I stabbed him 7 times.
why am I almost drowning? Oh, I'm out of food.
What? Oh,
You
oh
want a
my!
food?
I
Here's a
think the
food.
shark is just bugged out.
What happened to the shark?
He like charged right on my face and I didn't take damage.
Yeah, he did that a couple times to me.
Well, black belt barber. Thanks for the raid. I'll have to sip more.
Ooh.
I hope you had fun with Undertale. This shark seems to not function right now. And I'm
Yeah, we
not
can kill it.
complaining about it. Well, Jammy. Well, barber. Hope you had a good stream.
Oh, he's moving
Many
fast now.
playing.
Hope Gogo also had a good stream. Stream merge. I hope you had fun with Undertale.
Yeah, this shark's broken. Can we get a new one? Send it back.
Nah, we'll keep this one.
Yeah, we keep this one.
I'm pretty okay with what we have now. I'm okay with leaving,
Me too.
which might be an issue since the current is pushing us to the island that we're at.
Yeah,
Unless we do
weapon
that.
planks are more important for me right now than anything else.
Oh,
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 Blondie
the shark's
Bandit.
coming.
I'm sorry that you got sent here. My condolences.
what? Oh, I don't think Gargoyle could hear you.
Good night. Onwards.
I think I see the next quest island. No, it's a raft.
What's the
I'm
name of the
fishing.
game?
Wait, it has to go this way. Yeah. Oh, I just fell through the floor.
Nice. Are you standing on top for me?
Oh no, like there's a gap right here that I just fell through.
Oh.
Our trees are done.
I'll give you to Jade.
Oh, my axe broke.
Ah, got it. I even planted a seed for once.
Nice. Oh, it's dead. Drop the anchor.
Drop anchor? Oh, it's dead. I'll go gather it.
Okay. Bracky's gonna go pick up stuff manually.
Yeah, I was going past us, and since we stopped,
Oh yeah.
the shark just perished. We could wait. We can get this raft.
What do I do? Do I
Oh,
drop the
never
anchor?
mind. It despawned.
No,
Oh.
it's still
Oh,
there.
I see it.
Oh,
It's still there. I can go.
If we drop the anchor, we can probably go get it before
I'm going.
anything else.
the anchor still dropped, right?
I'm not gonna die, right?
Yeah. No, you should be
Well, the
fine.
shark isn't there. You just pick up the box and then it will sink and you'll swim back.
Oh, it was sink? Oh shit.
Yeah, the raft sinks. The ones we find.
This one?
Oh, we have a lot
Oh,
of metal.
D.
The big D.
It's not what you think.
It's the big dragon.
Yes. Thanks for the watch stream.
I got the thing.
Nice.
I got recipe coconut beet. Made in the juicer? Oh, wait, the game says how to like use the recipes and shit.
Don't worry about me.
I want some seaweed. And I want some iron.
Fish.
I'm fishing.
I'll take this cooked salmon. And I'll replace it with 3 small fish.
I'm fishing. Outside of the game and inside of the game. Oh my god, Brecky got tikata. Oh, Torku.
Oh, my character's thirsty.
Starving again.
I don't have my fishing rod anymore. I got a new fishing rod again.
Can we see the island yet?
Are we moving now?
Yeah. We should be. The sail says we are. It's just foggy.
I feel like nothing's spawning.
It's because we're going against the current.
Oh,
We're using the sail to move instead of just the current. We could also use the paddle.
I can fish still.
Oh, my paddle broke. It does feel like we're not moving.
Yeah.
Is it because we have the anchor down? And we forgot to bring it up?
Do we? It feels like
It
it's
could have been.
moving now. Yeah, it's moving very fast now. Or like, it's not very fast, but it's moving.
I guess we'll never know. It's a mystery.
Sweet plastic.
I missed it. Oh, hi, Smoky Dragoness. Thanks for the lurk.
I could use our metal to make more reinforcements. I'll do one.
You can do that.
I'll do two.
This is gonna be such a cool raft.
It's already very cool.
I'm stretching. What do I do?
I've got
Do I hug the water bottle? I guess. I do notice that when I stream, my voice gets sore.
It sounds like you need water.
But water will just dilute me.
But your bomb should be fine.
I've taken an extra big sip because I realized that I have not done the last sippy redeem.
Oh no. Get diluted, dingus. Oh no. What am I doing? What am I doing? I want arrows. Need planks and feathers.
Oh my god, I see plank.
Are we going the right direction?
I don't know
Soon
what
we
is the
really
right
can't go up any of those walls, of those cats. Goodbye.
You three be good?
No promises, I'm a couple. Have a good luck too.
There's a box coming up. I think Tira's needs water.
Do I need
Your
water?
character looks like it's walking weird.
No, I'm fine.
I need a food.
I want that crate.
Do you want a fish? Here's a fish.
I don't want your fish. I'm eating your fish.
You ate the whole fish in one bite.
Yeah, I ate 3 whole fish and I regenerated my hunger by half.
Where are we not standing? Oh, shark.
Sure.
Need that blanket.
No barrel. Unfortunate.
Are the trees done? I need an axe too. I don't have an axe. I need wood for so many
saw
things.
Island
Bye, barrel.
and a whale. There's a whale going on.
Can we fight the whale?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Imagine how much food we can get.
Maybe you should fight
Fish,
it.
nam the fish. It's already gone. We can't fight the fish.
Oh.
Oh my god, I have 4 shark meat in my inventory.
We could have been eating shark.
I
I
could.
still wonder what shark tastes like.
Very weird. I
Tira
mean,
doesn't like it.
it's fish.
I would assume it's stringy. I mean, I know that land predators taste sulfury.
It's not stringy. It's like it's something like uh, chicken breast meat, but even more dry. Still,
Such a pro now.
no. It's because I'm in position earlier than Breggy does.
Are we
No,
still going the right
I
direction?
missed. Mine would not hit.
1,000 meters away? That's so far.
What's a meter?
Eel dry chicken.
Yeah, it tastes like very dry chicken. Even with like sauces.
I think
Even
I'm
with
making
like sauces, it's like it feels alright. Not a big fan of shark meat. Barrel. I'm coughing. I have a stack of
We
wood.
can also make ladders around the outside so we can climb up to the next floor. So we don't have to
Yeah.
use only this stairs.
I'll put wood to the plastic storage.
There's no wood in there, I just checked.
But I put it there.
I don't see it.
Did you take it? Watermelon is so good.
Okay, I got an axe now. I should be making more metal.
Island.
I don't think we're gonna make it to that one. That one's like out of the way.
It's okay.
Long dragon. Sits on dragon. Fish.
I'm
Dragon.
surprisingly large on Terra's stream.
I like it.
I haven't looked at your stream in a while.
I
Let's see.
still never finished that drawing properly.
Everyone's
Still
so
a
big.
messy sketch.
Because I'm small. Oh yeah, I should get that thigh too. Strix on dragon? Yo. Hope Sol is doing good. I saw a bunch of barrels coming.
Oh, I got a bunch of little stream avatars on my side since we got like 3 raids already.
Nice.
They're everywhere.
Love to see it.
Also, I learned that I have this button where I could do scale. Wait, I need to remove caps lock. Scale at Racky 3. There we go. Now Bracky's huge.
Racky's
Oh
huge.
my god.
I used to look at it.
That is huge.
0.5.
I'll make Bracky back to 1.
I need to be point. The shark bit something off.
Yeah. I was doing something.
Here, I
There's
built it
two.
back.
Okay. Oh, there.
I wanna look at. Look at it.
This door blends in.
That's funny. Hello, cat. Good evening. I shall drink some water.
Oh, I'm so small. I see it. Nice.
Where are you? Oh, I see you. You're by the progress bar.
Thank you for making me hydrate. Oh, can the shark bite on this open bit of water in the ankle?
Not from the inside of the raft. He'll only
Okay,
bite the
so-
outermost ring. So he can bite this one, but he can't bite that one over there.
Okay. hiccup means I understand.
Okay. How close are we? I want. Okay, I need to go through so many doors to get up now. Oh, there's another one over here. Can we do
Sorry.
this?
Another one over what?
700 meters. There's an island we're trying to get to.
Oh, barrel.
I guess I'll
Ah,
just
it's the
start
Christian
paddling.
package. Oh my god.
Oh, I fell off. Oh, wait for me.
Oh, Bricky. No, Bricky. Oh,
I made
Bricky
it.
got him.
Solar's angry about fish.
Oh, wait.
Fish? I love fish. I love refrigerator. I got the bed and the table. Oh my god. I got another stack of wood. Becky, one wood.
What? Dehydrating again.
I'll put wood to the plastic.
Oh, you got wood.
Yeah. Also, I need to get that dinosaur.
Drop sand.
I totally redeemed it and I almost missed it. Also, hope Solar is doing good. And Dragon. Oh wait, why I get that thigh? We should all look at this.
What is this?
The good things come to those who float. Now we're just looking at Zeus butt? Oh, not anymore.
Oh, my inventory's full. What am I dropping? I should put some stuff away.
I got this new plant badge is so annoying.
This new what?
You watch a stream and then Twitch uses half the chat to cover up with this. You just made progress. Watch 2 more days a week to earn weekly rewards. And then
Yeah,
there's a weird plant icon.
I don't even know what
I
that
don't
is.
think I've seen that.
That shit dumb dumb.
Oh, I see the big island. I see it.
Oh my god, we dropped by so many barrels.
I'm not seeing
Barrels
anything.
don't matter when we kill big island. I need another paddle. Shark's fighting us.
Wait, oh,
Do you see it now? Where's the paddle? Should be under tools. No?
oh wait, there's a capture in it.
I'm not always hungry. Yeah, let's eat a whole shark.
Hell yeah.
Get barely any food from it.
Our character is so needy.
Do you see the island now?
Yeah, I do. It's very big. Is that like a Japanese structure in the middle?
I think
Or
that's
is
a
it just a
massive
pyramid?
boat.
Oh wow, it's a looks like a cruise ship.
Yeah.
And now the game title changes from raft to boat.
Dang. How many items can a capture net hold?
Okay, we're here. I'm not sure. I think it's like 10 or 20.
No.
Oh, my character's hungry.
I'm
If I could
fishing.
give spoilers, I could give a hint
A hint on what?
on this island.
No.
Okay. Then I will do my own hint and I won't tell anyone about it.
It's okay. I have my solo playthrough. I think. Yeah, I do. I'm coughing.
You actually also know the game. I don't know it as well as Cease apparently, but do know it pretty decently. Can I remove?
Oh.
Oh, okay. I was gonna move them a bit because they're not centered.
Oh. I mean, it's fine.
No, it's not.
It's fine. Plastic and vine goo.
Raw. Congratulations on first Kobo.
Ooh, first?
Yeah, first in Cease stream.
Oh, that's my first. I thought someone already got it.
I cannot open up
I swear
people's
someone already
stream.
got it.
My PC will explode.
Sippies.
Oh, no, Brad Talk redeemed pet, not first. Here you. Who needs a water bottle? I put a water bottle in this box.
I want one.
I have one.
I don't have
I like
it.
having two of them. One for fresh water, one for salt water.
I have a gun.
Oh, I just have a cup for the salt water.
Look, Ricky, I have a gun.
Oh no. Pew pew pew.
What am I doing? Making this. Can I have planks?
No. I have two.
I'll put a half-eaten fish into the box.
Here.
Kyra is a good girl.
Oh, there's planks in here.
Even
Never
though
mind.
she broke out of prison
I don't
and
need
now
your
has
planks
a gun.
anymore.
Wait.
I'm
how
stealing
is
all
she
the
a good
planks, so you
girl?
just need
Bad
mine.
girl.
What? I'm not playing.
Oh. My spear broke.
I stay with my spear.
Can make a trash can. Uh-oh. Oh, we can stack shark heads.
Oh, I took out all the water. Oh shit.
And that's why I like having two water bottles.
It's okay.
So I can
have
like instantly fill it up with the other one.
I have a cup. That's good enough.
Oh, there's a...
Raw
Why is this
drumstick?
in here? Got a cough. Oh no.
I'm gonna try to explore the place.
Did Bracky really take all the planks? Bracky took all the planks.
Here you go. How many do you need?
At least 3.
I don't have planks anymore.
Does it work with this?
I keep putting a big fish on the grill and it keeps disappearing.
It's in the.
I want the big fish.
It's in the chest.
Yeah, I saw it. I just wanted to complain.
I put it into the chest so that I can cook more fish.
Oh, my fucking game just lagged.
For the blab.
Okay. Do we want to explore the big island?
No.
I'm exploring.
Oh yeah, we made a machine. We got a blueprint for a thing that we haven't used. We kind of need it.
Let's see. Yeah.
Hopefully it's not too expensive.
Who is this gosh darn curtain?
Under tools? No. Didn't we?
Yeah, the cruise ship already. Evie knows about this. It's okay, I don't know anything. I'm trying to figure out a way to like get up.
Oops, I pulled in the anchor, I think.
Uh-oh.
Drop
Bye,
anchor.
Tura.
Bye. Evie finished the game? Oh my god.
Well,
I finished the game
Dirk,
right now.
celebrate.
Oh my god, dragon.
Dragon. Roar.
Okay, I'm gonna put this battery in the trash. Now we can learn that. Oh, it takes so many batteries.
We have to bring 300 fish so we don't starve on the way.
On the cruise ship? I got a crate.
Hello, Complex String. Thank you for following. I need to make another battery. Copper ingot. How is stream?
It's good. We're just swimming around.
Did I make the thing? I did make the thing.
I'm on the
Okay.
ship.
I'm in charge of the aesthetics of the raft.
I'm in
Zeus
charge.
hates it because now he has to open doors.
Doors
I'm in
locked
charge
on
of
the other
criticizing
side.
the aesthetics.
I love Braggie's aesthetics.
So right.
Bullet? What the hell? Like a bullet?
As I've suspected, the
Now they're claiming rats have eaten half of our supplies in a matter of weeks. I promised them increased rations if they could bring me one of these ridiculous lurkers alive. Of course, the food shortage will need to be handled. Tonight we're discussing which staff members are most suitable for termination.
When I hear water noises.
I don't know.
I found mechanical parts.
Oh, do we really not need this? I made this and now I
Where'd you
don't
go?
want it.
I'm on the
On the
cruise
yacht.
ship.
One
I heard
times
from the
crowbar.
captain. We're heading for one of the high rises down south. I can only hope you come to your
Where did
senses
you
and
enter?
follow us.
From
the city was
the
a
lower
failure,
end of the
Ruben.
cruise ship.
Why do you always have to be so stubborn?
I think I found something.
The fuck? Oh my god, the rat.
The back of the cruise ship has a platform you can enter.
Good. See if I find it. Oh, lurker.
Oh my god.
Petty lurkers.
I got raw meat from Lurker.
I don't see anything here.
My dog is snoring very loud. Who is it?
Doggy?
It's Rosie.
Where's this highlighted?
Hello.
Hello?
Do you want this?
Oh, yes, please. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I have my brightness set up all the way up, so it doesn't really affect me.
This is cheating.
I don't know how.
You didn't go through the bottom part of the
I
ship.
assume
You
you
skipped.
already looted everything.
Can I go to
Yeah,
the
and I
bottom
got-
part?
Requires blue key.
Yeah, and I found a red key in this room.
I found a bullet and some mechanical parts. Am I not supposed to parkour?
No, you're supposed to go through the back, but it doesn't. I mean, you're missing a couple things.
Yikes. Interesting.
Like all this plastic I'm getting, and this gas tank, and this note.
The yacht is ill prepared for this journey. Olaf left space for a dance floor, but no space for supplies. The bottles sure found their way to
Oh,
the
this
bar.
requires a red key.
As a military man, I thought Olaf would at the very least be practical.
I got that.
Yet they're all treating it like a luxury cruise. I saw a large rat last night. Unnervingly large.
Requires 5
I tried
mechanical
telling the
parts.
crew we obviously
Requires
have an infestation among the lockdown
electro
supplies.
wires.
They laughed at me.
Every door is locked from the other side.
I miss you, Ruben.
There should be stairs somewhere around here, Bracky. Or maybe, did we miss the blue key?
Yes.
Did you get the blue key?
No.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the blue key is... Oh, my character's hungry. I bite my fish.
How do you guys get to the bottom of the ship?
It's at the very back.
You swam around, and then there's just a door here.
I parkour to the top. But I cannot get inside.
Just jump off.
It hurts.
Let me find you. I'm at the swimming pool now.
I
How'd you
am
get
the
to the
swimming
swimming
pool as well.
Alright, follow me.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, I was doing parkour. Oh, how do you have
It was
logs?
fun. We're looking for a blue key. it's in one of these lockers.
Use one bolt cutter.
Yeah, we need to find quest items
Oh.
around the
Oh, I got
Ah,
a
ship.
blue
that's a blue
key.
key.
Oh, you found
I
the
don't
blue
know.
key.
Keeps complaining about my route.
I
If
can
he
go
does
through
it
this
again,
door.
he will be reprimanded. The
Oh,
crew
that's where
doesn't
the stairs
listen
are.
to orders. I'm shocked by their undisciplined nature. Somehow they believe rank and prestige disappeared with solid land. No, they will not be allowed to mingle among my esteemed guests, and they will certainly not be allowed further rations. They should be grateful. I am the only
I was here.
reason they are alive.
Olaf sounds like a dingbat. Olaf sounds like he's trying to destroy the microphone.
Click on the toilet? Hell yeah.
Toilet?
I found a key card.
I found one
Nice.
plastic in the toilet. And a note?
But what does that mean? You can't just fire them. We're out at sea.
Hanna, you were brought to keep the engines running. That is what you...
That's one of those damn rats. What are you doing?
Nice.
Get out!
4-digit code.
Do your job.
Is Olaf a lurker? Olaf might be
I
lurker.
got attacked by rat.
Oh, there's a lot of thing here. Oh my god, it's all mine.
We need a 4-digit code for this vault.
69420?
That's 5.
I couldn't put in the code. It just says requires 4-digit code. I got a baked potato.
I guess the game is afraid of us brute forcing it.
Oh, I found a key card. I found the green key.
That's the best key.
No.
Why is this door half open?
There's nothing in this room.
I found a 4-digit
These
code and a note.
lurkers have potential. They were clearly once rats, now grown into something much more rabid, yet also smarter. I've already made progress on their training. With food and pain as incentives, I can discipline them. And by sharing their blood, the mutations increase. I wonder if another species would react the same. I received a transmission from a place called Caravan Town, not far from here. They have an active animal population. No longer do I need this makeshift crew. I will create true soldiers. Loyal soldiers.
I'm lost. I don't know where I am.
And here's another note.
It's urgent! There's mist now! We don't know how far the water's risen! The maps are useless! We need to...
The crew are planning a mutiny, Captain. It is time to act.
Just trying to stay alive! Are you mad?
I gave you a chance to live. Now we have to protect ourselves from the masses. We will use the lurkers to our advantage.
I got him.
You think we have enough stuff now to use one of these benches down here?
We could check if we hit T, we can see how much stuff we have. We have 6 mechanical parts.
Oh, it's just a click E on them. That didn't work. Oh, now I made a car jack.
I hear something.
I know where the car jack works. There's a safe in front of a door. Over here, I think?
Oh, I'm hungry.
not over here.
Oh. Can I eat raw meat? Do any of you have food?
I have
I have
food.
one coconut.
I think coconut sounds good, but I don't know where I am.
I'm trying to find you.
I'm next to you. Here, you can have potato.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my god.
thank
You
you.
can have beets.
Oh my god, thank you.
Oh, I have packages.
Can I just eat all of them?
I mean, if you need to.
There's one flag.
Yeah, I might need to.
The jack goes
Hi,
over here.
City. Oh, City, hi. Yeah, wearing shark head because small.
Pumping.
Small's good.
Ow.
Here's a note.
Cities in the
Silver
blue,
smithy.
calling the cost of the project's realization borderline criminal and its scope outrageous at least. Despite vocal opposition, the Floating Cities project does not appear to be slowing
City's
down
doing good.
anytime soon. According to former General Olaf Wilkstrom's latest statement on the issue, we are fully aware of the strain this puts on our people. Nevertheless, our options are becoming increasingly limited. We must pull through this together, or join Stockholm beneath the waves. Wilkstrom refused to comment on the rumors regarding the
rat.
modification of his personal yacht. When further asked about the Floating City project's whistleblowers,
Oh, rats
Olaf
outside.
Wilkstrom chose to terminate the interview. Reaching out to these anonymous sources, we were able to further corroborate his story.
So bird. Sorry.
I used the green key on something.
Do you want to use the green? Can you open the door for me? Can you open this
Where
door?
are you?
There's a rat. I don't know where I am, but there's a rat.
Can you see my name, Brecky?
Not through walls.
I killed the rat.
Okay, yeah, go up those stairs. Can you open this door over here? Can I get inside?
What door?
Where did you go?
This one, you're right next to it. Here, thank
I
you.
was killing rat.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Lighter.
I didn't know note have noises like that.
Get to the lifeboats! Hurry!
Olaf, you coward!
Watch out!
What is this voice acting? Requires one bomb. I need a bomb.
I think we can make the bomb now. I think it's one of the ones we make in the crafting table at the bottom.
Hello, Takobi. I see
Dragon
you
on
have
the rat.
you've switched species again. That's cool.
It's
Is
so
it-
dark at night.
Is there any Takobi horse art that I can see?
They're
sounds
loafing
cool.
on big raft.
I don't think we need two people down here, since these are just quest items.
Down where?
I'm looking for the bomb.
Oh,
Yeah, we have the
Oh,
bomb.
we have rat again. Do you respawn?
Yeah, they keep respawning.
I mean, we can farm meat.
Takobi is just that much of a stud. I get it.
Seems like the wrong direction.
Should we let Tira use the bomb?
Bomb. I know. I think I know where to use the bomb.
I gotta get up the stairs. Oh, the
Use one bomb. I'm
Right,
using it.
light bug.
I'm not there yet.
I
Let's
use.
just stand inside of him. Oh my god, I almost died.
Ow.
That wasn't a great idea.
I love bomb.
Oh my god. Great with potato.
Blueprint engine. What? And the steering wheel.
I wanted
Oh,
to
I
pick
dropped some
that up.
stuff.
Aha.
My inventory is full. And a note.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything.
Nice.
Find all notes in Vakashka. It says I got an achievement.
We did it. We defeated the boat.
We're the best.
Can you go up here? Looks like there's
Where is
another
here?
crate at the top.
It's very possible, I feel like.
I don't think so.
We just have to build a bridge from our raft over here. For one crate.
I don't think that's possible. I mean, we could probably do it with the raft, but like jumping up here without the raft doesn't seem possible.
No, when crouching mid-air, it loses too much speed.
And it also pulls you down. It doesn't, you don't go higher, you go lower.
I'm just looking at shark
Okay.
jumping.
Yeah, that's everything on this island. Now we can make
Okay.
the engine.
Any crates here? Whatever. Got any wood? Oh my god, the shark is having a feast over here.
Did it eat all of our raft?
He ate one platform and was nibbling on another one.
Dang, so greedy.
We can make engines now.
Fucking make a trash can.
We don't need a trash can. We can just pollute the ocean.
Engine. 5 metal ingots, 5 rope, circuit board, and 20 planks.
I made a steering wheel. Gonna place the steering wheel.
A fancy raft. Thank you.
Making a fish.
Do you want me to make the engine?
Sure.
Sure. It's fine. We can afford it.
How do we make this?
I got 0 palm seeds from 3 trees.
Oh,
Nice.
We have more in the chest.
I need a lot of planks.
Need 20 for that, right?
Yes.
Can we go again?
I
Can we
have
what?
10 on me.
I pulled up the anchor.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Where'd my iron ingots go? I put them somewhere.
I'm moving the furnaces now.
No. You put them there in the first place.
Yeah,
I thought I had iron ingots. I don't know where they went.
are they more evenly spaced?
Did you give me the planks or did you not?
I did not. Do you only have?
I thought Tiora
Sure.
had given me planks, but
I
oh,
don't
one
think I
single plank.
have. I didn't.
Oh no, I got Now I just need iron ingots.
Oh, I should cook raw meat.
Oh, we're moving. We moved really fast.
Need wood.
Oh yeah, raw meat.
We can cook the meat.
From Lurkers, no?
Yeah, we can cook it.
I cooked it, it's so good.
I'll fork that. And put it into the chest here. I have a bunch of soup in my inventory.
Yeah, the boxes in there have soup
Coconut
tokens.
chicken soup and vegetable soup.
I have bolt and metal ingot on me.
Can I have them?
Yeah. Bro, there's no space. Do you have more space for the cooking?
Yeah, you just hang it on any wall here. I kinda like the idea of just having them randomly.
Yeah, but sure. Oh, I'm thirsty apparently.
I need to sit up.
These soups. Oh. Nice. Oh, the soup gets a bit of green. Oh, I don't know what that means.
It's like overkill. It just does more. Okay, we need a space for the engine. Where's the front? That's the front. Okay, I need more metal ingot.
Just place it somewhere, I'll move it.
The thing about, I was going to put it here next to the anchor, which means I also want to move this anchor a little bit.
You know what? I would not be upset about moving the anchor.
Well, it's going to be in the same spot. Just, oh, I can't place it here anymore.
I'll remove all the junk. Does it work now?
No. I was just going to flip it.
Barrel.
And I was going to put the engine here, and I was going to reinforce these three.
Oh.
You're holding the barrel in your hand.
I don't know how I did that, but I guess it's the power of ping.
Sure. I mean, don't see a problem with that. Did we unlock more motivational quotes?
We should build as much of those as possible.
Rafts, redraft. I need more planks to make the last one.
I think I have some. Where's Bracky?
Don't throw it here, it might fall. Oh, this is okay.
Nee.
Okay, we have an engine.
You.
Hopefully
Perfect.
So
raft,
engine's
sweat,
gonna make
raft.
us raft faster?
It makes it so that we can go any direction without having to worry about the wind or the current.
Oh, it has to go.
Anything that it needs to fill?
Right now it's planks.
Oh no.
Later on, you see this pipe here?
Just a second.
Or no one's looking. Okay.
I have to like gather as much stuff as possible here. Where?
There's a pipe right here. Later on, we can make liquid fuel and fuel it with liquid fuel. But right now, it's planks.
Liquid fuel? Everything needs planks. Messed up.
Hello, steering. Thanks for the hug.
Later on, we don't need as many
Shark.
planks. There's a shark. I could start heading to the next.
Do we have to rush through the story?
No? I'm just sort of gathering stuff as much as possible.
Get the feeling that Zeus is getting bored with our pace of playing.
We're too slow.
I just like objectives.
I'm okay. I like to hoard stuff.
Well, my personal objective right now is, I guess, to just find more wood.
Yeah.
Your Twitch got clapped for a week.
That's an interesting first message, because I don't really know who you are.
Yikes.
Welcome back on Twitch.
Well, I'm assuming they got banned and they're avoiding the ban by making an account.
Oh, could be
named
someone
totally
you
not
know
military
before?
deer.
The story is very long.
Who's-
Oh. It could be someone that
They say they're military deer. Do you know military deer? I don't know military deer.
No.
no.
Dang, you just got hooed by Bracky.
Bootleg Ricky.
Hooed. Let me think. How we've done the raft and the yacht and we've done the radio tower.
I hate
I'm trying to think what's left.
wood.
There's like 5 more islands. Like 5 more story islands.
Broken did mention that the story of this game is like super duper long.
I also like progressing because I like getting the stuff. Like
the good stuff.
This island gave us the engine, which is very useful for moving around. And more islands give us more gooder stuff, which I like.
That's fair enough.
I don't think that's a true statement.
That the future is progress and progress is here.
No. I think it's cringe to categorize people with their height.
Categorizing people with height.
I assume it's supposed to be a joke, but it's not a good joke.
I mean, them saying... Wait, let me click on this.
Oompa Loompas are the slaves in the...
Wait, no, this account's 3 years old. So this is
Oompa.
not a
What-
new account. Like the
What was
not
the
told you
movie?
not military deer.
Charlie's Chocolate something.
I have no
Willy
idea what
Wonka
it
and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
It's an old book story that became movies.
is. Probably something not prevalent in Malaysia.
No, it's very British.
Ah, makes sense.
I need nails. I have.
Hello.
I don't know about you, but I kind of like building very, very tight spaces. It
It's
might
like-
get annoying because I don't think we can walk through each other.
Oh, do we have
Through each
collision
other?
with each other?
I think we can. Let me see. Stop moving.
What was that?
Oh, no,
You
we can't.
both just talked at the same time.
We can't walk through each other. I'm testing. Oh, there's a big island right here. That's a really big island.
For free?
I'm gonna start putting ladders around the edge. I'll put it one here. And I'll put another one here. Do you guys see this big island?
I see it.
Yes.
How do we... Okay. I want stuff from this big island.
Sure.
Oh, shark died. Anchor.
Oh, kill 10 sharks. I got an achievement.
Oh, that must have also come from your single player world because I did not get that achievement.
May I think single player doesn't count?
No, it does count.
Bracky didn't get it. You did.
Oh. Wait, I killed a shark in a single player. Ooh, I'm so good.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know.
Would you want to rebuild your cooking corner on the second floor?
Second floor?
I would probably be fine with that because I assume you want to make the bottom into like an engine room or something.
Yeah.
Coconut chicken? How do you get coconut chicken?
I don't know, I had it in my inventory. I don't know where it was from.
I want it.
Oh, in the boxes inside the raft, inside the yacht, was a
I
bunch
know.
of food. That's where I
Oh.
gave you all the potatoes from all the
Holy
boxes
shit.
inside the yacht.
It gives so much.
Hmm.
We are here. I'm dropping the anchor.
Nice.
The anchor didn't go too far. Oh. But the waves are pushing us a lot. I have the
is.
shovel on me. Yes. I have arrows. I'm gonna drink water. I'm gonna go discover stuff. This is not a story island. This is just a regular island,
Oh,
but big.
I have.
I just took off my
53
headset. I don't know if you guys said
planks.
anything.
Ooh. I'm loaded with planks. Mm.
I guess if we want to have an engine room down here, also the storage and everything else would move up.
I'll put 2 stacks of plank onto the leaf chest.
Yes.
Well, I wanted an engine room because as we start getting more buildings, they're gonna require like access to water.
Yeah.
Wait, we're gonna go underwater?
No, like the buildings will need to be like submerged slightly.
Oh! Pig!
It's gonna be annoying to hit
Oh,
this.
pig! Get the... They cannot handle the ping. Oh, what's going on? I cannot move? I'm being picked? Oh, the pig skewered me. Dang, that's a scary pig.
I think this is one of the biggest islands in the game. There's like 3 that are super big.
Well, there's a pig here and I somehow cannot punish it anymore because they decide to run 10 kilometers away from me after every run.
Oh, I see what I want. My inventory's full.
Of nails. Of everything again.
Finally. I thought this thing just never dies. Warthog head. Ooh.
Warthog.
Warthog?
Yes.
I'm a warthog now, but I don't see them all anymore though.
What a scam.
Yeah, I got scammed. I want them all. Okay. I got leather out of it too. That took like one whole spear, it feels like.
It's fine. Okay. I got what I wanted. Well, I got half of what I wanted. Now I need to find... Oh, there's a lot of trees here.
I'm trying to find trees to like destroy, but I cannot see any of them.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the island, there's a lot of trees.
I see a big bird.
But my inventory's full. The big bird's annoying.
It doesn't bite me, right? It just throws stuff at me.
Yeah, it just drops rockets on you. You have to kill it with a bow.
It's okay. I have the power of 300 ping. It should be fine. I'm basically in the future. If I just keep moving, they cannot hit what's in the future. Oh!
I think I see the next thing I want.
Oh, I got hit by the bird.
I think these are food.
I'm seeing some structure. I feel like I'm on top of the island, question mark?
Research table.
Ooh! Oh. My stone axe broke. Fuck.
I would like to make a second floor. And then like a rooftop where we can have all the farms.
Yes, I was going to start making a third floor for farms.
Oh, it's a buy and sell. I'm in a shop.
I need to put some stuff away. My inventory is so full.
I would like to extend the second floor, like one over the edge of the bottom blueprint.
We can. If you make these, these can be too long. I think you made
Yeah,
11 of them.
I first decided to just make it on the same size, but then I decided I want to make it one bigger.
Okay. I think you'd have to destroy it though.
Dumb dumb bird.
Oh, cool. The other stuff gave me nothing. Oh, my axe, bro. Oh my god, this game hates me.
We should have a lot of stuff now. I've collected a lot of metal.
Yeah, I have scrap. Make some new
Make one out
nails.
of metal. They last a lot longer.
I found a bunch of metal ingot on the chest.
Nice. I need a rope, 2 scrap, and a bolt.
I don't have stone axe. Wait, I can make a. I'll use a bolt and 2 scraps. Then I can make a metal axe. Okay, okay, okay. Might be a little bit
Here,
wasteful.
Bracky,
I
here's
don't
some
know.
metal in this chest.
Made a metal axe. Nice. I guess these corners are not reinforced yet. Oh.
I cut a bunch of trees.
Can you repair this one? I don't have any wood.
I have wood on me.
Go.
I'm gonna go underwater. I think there's a fish down here that I want to kill.
Good luck.
Fucking shark.
Poison
puffer.
puffer? Oh shit. I got an achievement.
Zeus is murdering the local wildlife again.
And Zeus is so heckin'
It is my
strong.
duty. I'm drowning.
I also killed a ward hog.
Oh, I died.
Oh, that was you.
Oh. I'm on top
I'm
of the island.
right on the
now.
raft. Bracky can save me. I believe in Bracky.
Yay.
Oh, you died.
Yes, right next to you.
that is hilarious.
The shark bit me as I jumped out of the water. I'm back. And I have discovered goo. Can I research goo? No, I have to
Metal
cook
axe
goo.
Except
feels
that's
so
the purple
good.
loaf and the nest.
You both talked at the same time.
Oh,
I will assume one of you insulted me and one of you praised me. I will not tell you who.
I don't
I
want to say.
insulted you.
I insulted Zeus as well. Mhm.
Oh no.
Oh god, it's a paradox. I murdered a bunch of trees. Now I have like 40 planks.
Nice.
That's gonna be used up in 3 seconds.
It's okay, it's meant to be used.
I put goo in this smelter, Bracky.
I'm
We're
running
gonna have goo now.
Hell
to
yeah.
the raft.
No, see, that's just rude. I don't know what that was in context of, but
I think that was to
the Oompa Loompa one.
what the other person
I don't
said.
think. I don't know. The way they joked sounds very much like a first time chatter.
It kind of does.
Like, even if it just makes me think that they're lying about every single part of it.
Is there fall damage in this game?
Yes.
Crap. Right, I'm not gonna do that then.
You have to experience it.
No, it hurts. I don't want to cause too much trouble when I'm not doing anything that's raft related. Oh! Oh, the fall damage is so generous. I fell down. I didn't die.
Okay, we have gunpowder now. Now I need more gunpowder.
You mean we can have guns in this game?
No.
Oh,
Dehydrated again.
It's a it's a crafting material.
this game sucks.
Also, Bracky, I got you a hat.
Understandable.
Here, Bracky.
Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Do you want to look at it? Or you can see it on my stream right now if you click on it. Twitch.tv.
That's so much work. You don't actually get an overlay from it. I'm using it. For me, I think I still have your stream open.
Twitch.tv Zeus_pop.
Oh, that's cute. This little hat.
What?
It's
Nice.
ugly.
Thank you.
But it's greenish, so it's yours.
I'm 40% yellow anyways, but don't tell anyone.
Oh no.
I found more trees than mother.
Oh, there's no wood under these. I need to feed them wood. They hunger. Oh, we're out of wood. Well, I'm out of wood at least. I don't know about you guys.
I have a shit ton
I
of
have
wood
water.
on me.
Bracky, can you feed the furnaces?
1 second. I tapped out and I need to tech illiterate to get back immediately.
I have 3 stacks of wood.
I
I'm
had
still-
2 planks.
Nice.
I'm cutting a shit ton
Could've
of trees.
thought-
One day we'll have wood when Hero returns.
My inventory is full. We already have coconut beet recipe, right?
Coconut. Let's see.
Coconut beet, yeah, I remember getting this. I'm throwing it away.
I'm looking. Silver smoothie. I can't. So we have coconut beet juicer recipe.
Yeah, we have coconut beet already.
We actually don't need these, but they're useful.
We need them.
I think they look neat.
Yeah. It's like a real cooking kitchen. Words.
I'm gonna make another water.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make another water bottle.
It's so dark, I cannot see anything. The sun is shining directly in my face. I hate it. I'm gonna close the curtain.
I like how the plastic box moved from spot. Like the plastic box used to be the one closer over here, and then as we started grabbing plastic and moving stuff, it moved this way.
It's funny. I will grab these 7. Do you need metal ingots currently?
Oh, shark. I don't need them, but they will. I think I might need them in a bit.
The shark just ate something.
Yeah, just pick this piece right here.
Okay, then I'll let you use them first.
Oh, I'm going on an adventure right now.
Then I'll use them, I guess.
Vouch and weird.
We're almost done. Soon we do
Where's
not
the
care
raft?
about the shark anymore. I'm excited for this day.
The
We need
raft is
4
on
more
this
metal
side of the
ingots
island.
for that.
I'm like, it's okay. I'm just like cutting a bunch of trees here. I made a
tree.
metal axe and now I can just be a menace to the trees.
We've got a lot of sand. We should start making some glass.
I found a bit of glass in the chest, which I used to make some lanterns.
Okay. I still need a bit of wood.
Yeah, I also.
I know. I'm trying to get back.
These
real
trees
quick.
are grown, Bracky, if you have the axe. Oh, there's an axe in here. I'll cut the trees.
Let me see if I can find Tira.
And then kill Tiro for their wood.
I'm trying to get back with the wood.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you get back.
With
I
murder.
hear... Oh, bird, okay. No big deal.
That was 3.
Yeah, there was 3.
Dragon Island. Unfortunately, that is not a possibility.
I'm gonna throw away the warthog
Oh, I
head.
see you. Hello.
Actually, we have a bunch of like shark. Oh, please take these. Take these. You want seeds?
My inventory is full now.
Oh yeah, okay, it's
This tree
okay.
is choppable.
Yeah, I'm trying to chop it as well.
I'll let you chop it.
Alright.
Because you have inventory space.
Considering turn
Alright,
this into the wagon
this way.
island. Yeah.
There's another tree to chop down here.
I used all the wood I had.
That looked like it hurt.
I'll go onto here. Let's keep going. We're a bit hidden.
Oh, I only need 1 bottle? Okay.
This island is really big. Oh, nice. I'm back. Holy shit, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I went on an adventure. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm going underwater. I should make flippers. A 5 vine glue for that. Oh, I don't have enough for flippers. Okay, I'm going underwater. Can we... Has the shark come back?
I don't know.
Probably.
It's been a while. There's the shark. I heard a seagull.
This is how long it took to run out of wood again.
Oh, are we...
Did you already eat all our wood?
Tira gave me like 80 planks.
Oh.
What is this thing?
Oh, that's... if you... Oh. I can't use this ladder
Oh,
anymore.
I see. Above.
Yeah, it's it's so we can steer the raft now. I can't use this ladder anymore. You can destroy it. It'll give you some wood.
No, I think the ladder's so good. I just didn't pay attention.
Seize the day? Oh my god. The seize the day is cursed. I think I hear the shark.
He's fighting me.
I see. I'm gonna go grab some metal scrap.
I'm dying.
Oh no, don't die.
Honestly, if I die, I'll just be full health. Can you revive me, Bracky?
You're in front of me.
Yes. Oh, the shark's following Tira. Oh no, it's coming back?
I don't know if it's coming back, but I got it.
Okay, shark's following Tira. I'm gonna go do my adventuring down here.
Just tell me when you die.
I might die actually.
This is actually a bad spot to die in.
My spot? My spot?
You
Oh,
almost
me.
died. Just swim up.
Yeah, I'm very deep
Wait.
underwater.
Well, I got
Oh,
7
shark's
scrap.
on me. I died. And I killed a shark.
Oh,
Can you res me? I'm slightly
I
underwater.
see. Which one is the shark? I can't tell.
oh. Should I go grab the shark? I'm gonna go grab the shark.
Where did you go?
You dropped me.
Oh.
I am back.
I got 1 metal arrow.
That's my arrow.
Oh,
I used it to kill the shark.
I can give it back to you.
I need it.
Nah.
Okay.
Only 1
Sweet.
though, I don't see anymore.
Yeah, I only shot one.
Oh,
Dang, you have no time down here. There's so much stuff.
do we want to make medium crop plots so that we can plant like watermelon and pineapple? Or is it not worth
If
it?
you want, we have space for it.
Yeah.
It's just more food.
Yeah. I feel like our characters are so needy.
But we will have to deal with the birds again.
Yeah, I
Oh
was gonna
shit.
say. The birds will probably peck those seeds.
It would be nice to see Jade and Garrett and Zuri.
Yeah, we need them to protect us from the other birds.
Yeah.
They can scream at them.
But the seeds are what you're protecting.
Zuri works for seeds? Hmm. What a bargain.
Look at that loaf of seagull.
Kill it for its feathers.
Can we even kill it?
I missed.
You can. I should probably pick up some sand while I'm down here too. A little bit. Not a lot.
Man. Those feels like too deep underwater. I don't like it.
You can make a scuba gear.
Do we have a scuba gear?
We can make it.
No? Or is it like a
I made
future
one.
unlock?
No, we have it. We can make it.
Holy shit. What the heck technology?
It lasts like twice as long for your oxygen.
Ooh.
Which I should put mine. I should put mine away. I shouldn't be using mine if I'm going this shallow. They
Is
run
it-
out.
Oh, it ran out? It will run out?
Whoa.
Ooh.
Yeah, they break after a while.
Boo.
Alright, our raft
I'm
is
looking-
now
oh,
completely fortified. We no longer have to think about sharks.
Is it possible? Oh, shit. Okay.
Wait,
we
it
just
exploded.
need
I thought I killed it.
Killed
How
it.
do
die
I?
again. Ow.
That's annoying.
I'm doing the Skyrim.
Where did you die?
I didn't die.
Okay.
I got poisoned,
Where?
but I was trying to kill one of those puffer fish that I gave Bracky as a hat. They only appear on big islands, which is why I wanted this island.
Do they drop anything valuable?
If you kill them and they don't explode on you, they drop gunpowder,
Oh.
which I want some at least.
I'm still gathering
I have
stuff
food on me.
underwater.
If you see like a silver plant, you can pick it up and that's a healing item.
Silver plant underwater?
Yes, it's a silver bluish plant.
I'll see if I can look for it.
They don't disappear when you harvest them though, so I might have already harvested the ones you find.
I mean, it's okay. I'm
They only
harvesting
appear on
like
big islands.
scraps and clays and stuff. Uh-oh,
I
I'm
got
getting
cool
hungry.
music playing.
I lost like 5 arrows to that pufferfish. That's annoying.
My character is getting hungry and I'm still swimming.
Are goats dangerous?
No. The goat is what I want. That's why I want the gunpowder.
I broke my hook.
Well, there's one on this island.
Yeah. Oh, I see another pufferfish.
Uh-oh, I'm hungry but I have nothing to eat.
I'm hungry.
Did you manage to
No.
go on top of the big mountain on the island?
I'm not too sure.
You can get there.
I think I was there.
There should be a treasure. There should be like a treasure chest and a shop at the top.
I found the shop
Oh,
and
no, I'm hungry.
I took the treasure chest on top of the island, but I don't know if that's like the big one. I took a chest.
I'm so
That's
far from the
probably-
raft.
Ah.
Can someone bring me food?
I don't know where I am. I'm also
Um,
like on the island walking back to the raft.
Okay. Oh, I see one of you walking.
Could be me.
On the island?
Yeah, I'm on the
Yeah.
island.
That's me. It could be either of us then.
Oh, Brecky's also on the island?
Yeah. I
Extreme
don't see it
dieting.
too.
Yeah, I'm just
I don't
trying
have
to
anything to eat anyways.
Same. I didn't think about this. It's okay. I'm just trying to
I have
lose weight.
so much water.
Get up.
Oh my god, I see
Hopefully
the
all
raft.
this water will keep me alive. I see the very edge of the raft.
I'm walking towards the raft.
That's not me, probably.
If you get food, can you bring me food?
I can try. I don't know where you are though.
I can see the raft too.
I think it's this one. Uh-oh. I mean, the food are not cooked.
Oh no.
I can try to cook them now, but it'll be too late, I feel like.
Yeah, the cake, yeah.
Or do you want to eat raw meat and raw potato? I can bring them to you. And some mango and coconut.
I'm already here.
Wait. I can throw it for
Hello.
you. Or I can.
It's a
I'll put it back. I'll put it back. I'll put it back. I'll put it back. I'll put it back.
Oh, it's fine. We just have to wait for it to cook.
Yeah. Oh, I can cut the tree.
Oh,
I'm
they
gonna.
grew already?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut
You've
the
been here for a
tree
while
on the
then.
on the raft.
Okay, I'm no longer dying of hunger. My health can now regenerate.
Oh, it needs fresh water.
I have some. Give me a second.
Can we plant mango tree on this, or is it just palm tree?
No, we can plant any tree. I don't know how many trees there are.
I do have fresh water. I planted the seed.
I already watered them. Hello, thank you for following. I put 2 of the steaks on the top chest. I'm eating one of them.
I ate a bunch
Tiora,
of the
if you need-
steaks already.
If you
Wait.
need them.
What's going on? I
put
was
cooked food in the chest.
my ears were itchy, so I took my
Can I
took my
steal-
headphones off for a bit.
Can we start driving?
I want to kill the puffers, and I want to get the gunpowder, and I want to catch the goat.
So what you're saying is we're never gonna have wood ever again.
We
That's
just
fine, I
got wood
could
from the
live with
trees. Okay, I'm gonna go fight the pufferfish.
Where's Brecky? I have 15 wood.
I'm in front of the staircase.
You can have them.
Yippee.
Oh,
Oh.
you guys adore me.
So, oh my god. Can you come here, Tira? If you look through the torch, you see the shadow of an island over there.
Oh my god, you're right. I see it. That's so scary and cool.
That's cheating.
No, it's a feature.
Okay,
Hey,
is the
it's
shark
cheating.
still around the raft?
I don't see it now, I think. I don't hear it swimming around as well. Let me just...
Okay, hopefully it's not around me, though.
I don't think it's around the raft, yeah. Sweet Caroline. And the triple rat. Oh my god.
Okay, it died. Hello.
And Kobo
Who
can
honked at me?
run.
Arch Coffeemancer. Thank you for honking at me. Reminds me to look at chat every once in a week.
Well,
Nah. Who cares about chat?
Boot to the head.
boop.
My inventory's so full. Oh no. I don't need this.
How
what
do
I
you
not need?
catch the goat?
We make a net.
Oh.
A net.
There's a net
Yes.
launcher thingy.
Oh, simple collection net? No. Net launcher.
More
Yes.
motivational quote.
A net
Ooh.
canister. Explosive
Ye-
powder, stone rope.
That's
Scrap
why I want to
plastic metal ingot boat. Yeah, I
kill the
see.
puffer
I
fish.
see. I see. I really wish I could chop down those big trees.
Right? They're there, but then we cannot chop them down. It's like, ooh. Angry. I cannot be a menace to all the trees, only a specific tree.
Only the ones that consent.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll keep going a little bit longer. Like, give me like 2 minutes. If I don't find a fish, I'll just go back.
Oh, sharks here on the raft.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find a fish here, so I will just head back to the raft.
I think the shark
Thanks to the
left to somewhere else. I don't know where.
Oh no, I'm in danger.
Oh, I broke my fishing stick.
On a boot. My spear is almost broken.
My spear is like almost breaking. Yeah.
Hello,
Oh my
goat.
god, they make hammock.
Oh, there's pineapple here.
Oh my god, we got a new
Boy.
motivational quote.
Love the motivational quote.
Is boot German for boat?
Boot, it's German
Oh,
for
it's not
boot.
pronounced boot, it's pronounced boat.
Boot? Boot.
Boat.
Boot.
Bolt.
Boot.
Okay, now I need to drop all my inventory.
I'm almost out of water. Oh my god.
My fishing rod broke.
What the heck?
I need to stretch the boot. The boot boat.
The boop boop. We love the boop boop.
Okay, now I'm just waiting on that, which means I can start making the canister launcher.
Oh my god, I saw a thing on Twitter. I have to share it. I'm definitely not looking at Twitter while playing Raft. Nope.
You can just say if it's boring.
It's not boring, honestly. There's so many things to do, but there's just no planks.
Okay,
Yeah.
after I try and get this goat, we can leave. I'm sorry. It's all
Now
my
you're
fault.
fine.
I feel like this game relies a little bit too much on planks.
Yeah. Later on, we get some buildings that replace our stuff that needs planks.
Then it's gonna be that. Then it's gonna be that. Over reliance on that particular thing. I think.
No, it gets really easy.
Trading.
Okay. Racky. We don't have wood. Huh.
Yeah.
Is this place sealed off? No, it's not. Is there a way we could make...
How much wood do you need?
I need a little... 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 planks will be enough, honestly. Or even less, maybe.
Or green hornets.
8 planks should be enough.
Yeah, the trees
Ooh,
up here should
Phoenix.
be almost ready again to harvest. I'm
Almost.
doing okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go catch the goat.
I wish that I'm kind of really excited to build, but it takes so many planks to do anything in this game.
Yeah, I feel it now.
I
Like,
wish I had
there's
all the planks in
no
the world right now.
there's no constant uh constant source of wood other than the tree,
mean-
which is like mid game. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, it's well. I feel like these trees would be enough if I wouldn't be building so crazy.
I mean,
So when those trees come up, could you build like one square of like 4 fences around it?
Oh, I
That's
see.
all I need. I just need
Can
to
I
capture the goat.
can I move it later?
Yeah, I just need somewhere to put the goat because the goat will just jump off the raft and die.
oh, we need a place for the goat.
Yes.
Oh heck yeah!
Ah, that's why you need the wood, I see. Can we not just leave it in the cannon? In the box?
No, once I grab it, I remove the net.
Ah, but then you could like hold it in the inventory.
I mean, I could just hold the goat. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Dragon
have to like
cuddles?
hold it actually.
Yeah, it takes your hands. I would prefer if this goat... I mean, we could leave this goat and we could get an alpaca later. Alpacas are more useful in my opinion.
What pack again?
But we could get both.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we could get
the
both.
thing is, like, if I get the goat now, we're gonna have to house the goat now.
Yeah, we just have to wait a few seconds until
We
these
can kill it
gosh
for
darn trees
meat.
grow.
We cannot kill it for meat. Where'd it go?
Zeus seems to have some experience in this game beforehand, but who knew?
I don't remember how to shoot this.
I am.
I've played this game.
I have not played this game.
Did
Oh,
it?
I got an achievement. Capture one animal by standing here. Oh my god, free!
Is there a way to like, get water up into the second floor later?
Later, yes.
Okay. But now the trees are choppable.
Okay, I am here. We can leave now.
Oh, oh my god, you're actually just holding it. Here, I can plant it. I can plant.
I assume you're also on the fence gate, right?
We can jump over it. The goats can't, though.
Okay.
I don't know if the gate's more expensive. I just need somewhere to put the goat.
It really wants to build it diagonally.
There's a little deal right there. Oh. Gonna give some wing cuddles.
Wait,
Oh
what's
my
its
god.
name? Dog.
Dog?
Nice.
I'm doing pretty okay today here, Ferrex. Oh,
Okay.
Dragon is also
We can
doing
leave
well.
now. There might be another animal since this is a super large island, but it'll take a while.
Is this forward of our raft?
It is now.
What does it do?
Because I...
The goat makes milk. We need a bucket for that.
Oh. We need planks for the bucket.
Okay, I'm removing the anchor. I'm lifting the anchor.
Okay.
Um,
I found my.
I think we're being pushed onto the island, so I'm gonna light start the engine. Yeah, we've.
Ooh. Is this not going to spin the raft instead?
No.
Why do I feel like physics doesn't
Let's go this
physics?
way. Oh,
Is
my
the steering
character's
wheel in the
thirsty.
center? I think what could be cool is to move it forward a bunch. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Oh, I don't have a hook. Oh shit.
You can have mine.
Where's you?
I don't. I'm at the very top.
Oh, it's a good hook. Oh my god. But this is so expensive though.
I mean, it just. That's what it's for.
I've been using the plastic hook.
Yeah, but metal ones last longer, and they work faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is fun.
This game's great.
Oh, the shark.
Because I don't know how to build things
him,
and then
I
I'm
see
just
him.
holding things.
The shark can't bite anymore because everything is reinforced.
Yeah.
Oh, so we
He's
can just like.
swimming around there now. Yeah, my plans keep changing. I built this cool little kitchen area here, but we want to change this to like an engine room now. It's difficult to build not knowing what's gonna come ahead. So we want to move
We're
the
gonna
kitchen
want.
here. So the plan now is to like have the
Well,
second
it should be
floor.
fine.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It
like
should
to
be
have-
fine if we remove this middle stuff right here. All this middle stuff, if it goes, we can use it as an engine room, and it should be fine.
No, but the kitchen room is not gonna be in the basement. It's gonna be with the other stuff.
My character's hungry.
So yeah, the second floor would become like our living parts. Like to have like a driving room. And the kitchen up here, storage.
I found my spot.
Hopefully we'll be able to get more planks so I can actually do stuff.
Candles?
Building wise. Man. Hello, blue.
We should be collecting planks now.
Oh, I fell down.
Bye, Tura.
It's okay, I didn't fall down. I lied.
You died?
No, no, no.
Oh no, here.
I'm fine, fine, fine.
Oh, there's an island.
Is it the island that we
Oh,
saw?
We could get the trees.
Book broke.
We could get the trees and just leave.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just gonna hit.
I need my monitors to be so much higher than they are. If you guys can avoid it, don't be tall.
Avoid what again?
If you guys can avoid being tall, just don't. Don't be tall. It's not worth it.
I'm pretty sure I'm very short.
Hello, Brecky. Oh, bye, Brecky.
Hello.
It seems like if we're standing still, we can't walk through each other. But if we're moving, like if we're both moving, we can just walk through each other easily.
Yeah. Stupid. inventory.
I'm gonna make some glass.
No. What? I'm gonna miss everything. No.
It's released.
Our goat's depressed now.
Oh. Do we need another goat?
I kind of like the idea of having like a balcony where the goats could be possibly.
Would you want it on this floor or on the next floor?
This floor.
Do we want to go to that island to kill those trees?
What?
I want to
Do we
kill
want to kill
trees.
those trees?
Yeah. I'll take every plank I can get.
Oh my god, there's so much crates.
Oh, I just turned the boat sideways, so we're not gonna get those.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, I missed it too. Hey.
This is fine.
Brecky, no. Brecky.
We're anchoring there, right? Oh.
Where's the island? Oh.
right here.
I don't know if I can...
Oh.
I mean, the shark's there.
I'll try to get as close as I can, and then someone has to revive me, I guess.
Wait,
Maybe I'll survive.
where are you going? Oh, you're going for the crates?
The crates, yeah.
Yeah. I got 2 barrels and a crate. Ow.
Come here.
Fine.
Oh, Brecky's
Now I
rifle
can
ship.
build 3 more platforms.
Okay, what do I want? I want... Where's the water? There it is.
I'm gonna go murder
4
trees.
glass.
Oh, Brecky's murdering. Okay, okay.
I'm starving again.
There's watermelon up here.
Bracky can eat watermelon.
Hey.
I picked up the white flower instead.
Oh.
That's fine.
If you have anything you want to pick up, we could... Oh, there's no... Was there no treasure up here? It might be in a cave.
I've never seen a cave.
Oh, there's so many watermelons.
I think there's a cave over here. Sometimes it's underwater. Sometimes there's an underwater cave.
I wanna see. Oh my god, it grabs things so fast. What is this grab hook? It's OP.
And
What
you didn't want
the
it.
hell? Oh my god. I can grab 2,000 stuff now.
I'm hungry.
Pineapple.
Ow. No, stupid shark.
Sorry. Good night, Blue.
Good
Eat
morning,
well.
night.
Oh, I found
Good
the
night,
crate.
morning. Oh, we have a lot of glass.
I found the crate and I'm
Oh, we
dead.
didn't have any. Oh no.
Oh no.
Did you really die?
No.
Oh,
But
you're
one
right
more
there.
bite and I'm dead. Okay, I actually didn't die. Holy shit, how the fuck did I survive?
Yar, matey.
Oh, freak stuff.
Oh, there's no hole in here anymore. How am I supposed to fall down?
You just jumped out.
Yeah.
Are these trees ready? Can I have 8 plank?
No.
I have
Okay.
3.
I have
No, wrong
one.
thing.
Can we chop these? No.
We're moving now.
Are we moving?
Hello, Depresco.
Oh, I'm hungry. Let me eat my gun. I ate the gun. The scrapbook is so nice. I got a bunch of metal ore, I think. And scraps as well.
So... Yeah, we're going again.
How much to make a scrap hook?
It's not a lot. The tools are pretty cheap.
It feels like it used a lot though.
6 scrap,
One
1
bolt?
metal ingot, 2 rope, 4 planks. That's not a lot.
Is it
For the
one
amount of
metal
work it
ingot?
does. Yeah.
Oh, do we use the
Well,
metal
it's a
ingot to make...
bolt.
Oh my god.
Where do you put giant clam? Oh, there we go.
There's the capture net. I'll find the angle where the capture net cannot capture things. Yeah, here.
Two more planks. 1.
Do you need more planks?
No, I just got them from the water.
Okay. I chopped down the trees again.
I'm trying to hook as much things as possible.
And I'm starving again. Oh my god.
There. Now we have twice as much water. Was the meat not cooking? But it is cooked.
Capture net here.
We can also do this so that we get dizzy.
Do what? Oh, what's going on? Oh, I cannot.
I turned the steering wheel.
Here's the spinning.
I cannot grab the planks.
It's so we get dizzy.
It's okay.
Yippee.
I'm immune to dizzy because I'm Kobo. I'm a cheater.
Our goat's still depressed.
It's okay, we love him.
They need to be fed grass to produce what they produce, but if we don't feed them, they're fine. They'll just be sad.
Do we even have grass? I don't...
We can make grass if we have wood.
What the hell? You need wood to make grass?
Yes.
What is this game?
Have you never been to nature? What is the building block to everything?
Water. You need water to make grass. There's like grass everywhere.
No. You need wood.
It's messed up. Like everything needs wood. Crazy. I think I throw a lot further away with the hook now. With the scrap hook.
Aha.
I don't know.
I have no idea, but it kind of feels like I throw further away.
Bracky's stealing from me. I have to kill Bracky now.
No, we love Bracky.
If you kill me, then I can't run the server anymore.
Oh shit.
Your mom and stonks, says the chat.
Yo, what?
I can move this. I can put it here.
I'm gonna grab that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
We got as many planks as we get plastic. Oh,
I'm trying to like
Fair enough, 'cause I
focus
want this here.
focus on getting planks here. Because
you know, it's like every barrel I pick up is like 5 plastic, 1 stone, 1 metal scrap.
with no planks.
I threw
Enos.
my hook at your head instead of the barrel.
Like CSGO, getting headshots. 8175.
My sister is back. What time's now?
It is 3:40.
It's 4:50. It's 5:50. 5:50. 5:42. Oh my god, I cannot read. It's 5:42下午. That's a lot easier.
Yes,
Yes.
I agree.
Right? Oh, I finally got almost 3 stacks of plank.
There's another small island if we want to kill that
I'm
tree.
here to steal all your planks.
You need the planks?
I always need
340.
bull.
I can give it to you. You
Which
trying to get
direction
that
are we
correct?
going? We're going that direction.
I'm trying to get all the loose planks here. Oh,
Uh-oh.
sunflower. 5:42 a.m. Whoa, so that's like a 2 hour difference from my time. Oh, it's a whale. Do we fight the whale?
I don't think we can.
I don't think it's a good idea, but Kobo has no idea. No brain. I see island. I think we're going towards an island.
Nice.
Oh, I broke the hook. I hate this game. Here, Brecky, I can give you wood.
Yippee.
Can I make another scrap hook?
If you have wood.
I have wood. I
Okay.
need 3 scrap, 1 bolt. I never made this. This is so high technology.
There should be bolts in this chest. Yeah, the one you're looking at.
No?
What do we need next? I want an alpaca. I want a big island.
This always wants so much. So demanding.
Greedy. It's okay, I like being
We're
greedy
going for a big
too.
island.
Big dog needs big island.
We can fight this tree over here to our left. And then we can go to the big island that's like right next to us.
Can we fight trees?
How do you see it? Oh, is it on the scanner?
Yeah. These green dots are big islands. The blue dots are quest islands.
Okay.
Whoa, I got chicken. Mine now.
Did you find the gold yet? The gold what?
So,
Oh. I don't think I have a boat.
Oh, I can't reach the engine. Turn off engine. Drop anchor. I can't reach the anchor.
Where's the anchor? Drop anchor. I dropped it.
Okay. Oh, we got a little farther away.
Can we paddle with the anchor on?
Not with the anchor. I
Give me
can
a second.
paddle. I have a paddle. Just lift the anchor and I can.
I'm gonna grab the
start
barrel real
paddling.
quick. Ay, ay. Parang
I'm good.
Oh, Bracky got the tree. Did you get the chest?
I got the, yeah.
No. There doesn't seem to be a chest up. Also, I'm gonna die.
What happened?
Did you die?
Not yet. Yeah, I don't think there's a chest up on the island.
Oh, there's a
Might be
crate
down
there.
somewhere.
Give me a second. I wanna go get the crate. I might
Oh,
die.
you see it?
Wish me luck. Yeah.
I need.
I'm good.
Having good posture hurts my back because my. Like when I sit up, my monitor's too low for me.
Oh, because
And then I have to like look down at a weird angle.
I'm
Roar.
making one metal ingot so that I can make a scrap hook.
There should be metal ingots.
Yeah, I took it. And then now I'm melting it. I'm doing the advanced shit for the first time. Holy shit.
We need wood for. Oh, we need to remove the anchor.
I have 20 coconuts, what the hell?
Coconut? I mean, we can make coconut beet, but we need a juicer.
I think we can make a juicer now.
Golden coconuts? Oh my god, that's... And Kobo wants a gold coconut.
Yeah, we can make a juicer. And we can make a cooking pot.
Oh,
Oh,
did we try... I want to try juicer because we have a little coconut and beet.
So the thing about the juicer and the cooking pot
Do we
is
need
that
planks for
they require dishes,
no, the goat
like
is fine.
plates.
The bull is sad.
Mm-hmm.
He's fine. And we can't wash dishes. It's illegal. So we need to create new dishes every time we use them.
What in God's
Just eat the
name?
bowl.
Okay, what is needed to create dish?
For the juicer, it's glass. And for the soup, for the pot, it's clay.
Glass? How do we even get glass?
We get sand and we put it in the smelter and we get glass. We have a lot of glass. I have 15 of it in my inventory.
Okay, maybe that,
I'll put it in the
that
box.
doesn't sound too bad then. I made my own scrap hook. Oh my god.
Wow.
Holy shit, I'm so
So proud
good.
of you.
I missed the barrel. I hate it.
So bad. Is the island here yet?
I don't know.
I should be able to see the island. should be right here.
Oh, I see
Oh, I
it
see it.
appearing.
Hopefully there's an alpaca on that island.
Alpaca? Like
I hope there's not.
the spitter?
Oh no. Yeah, so they can spit in my face, so I can feel the fresh sea breeze.
But they're not dragon. I don't like being spit by it.
It's so we can feel the sea breeze, so we can be immersed.
Do we feel the sea breeze from a spit though?
I mean,
Yes. Oh, you got it.
I got the crate.
Got any planks?
Any planks? I have some. Not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Trying to
not two more
find...
platforms. We almost finished the
Oh, no.
second platform.
oh no, I'm under the raft. Okay.
I see a bird already.
Is it an evil bird or a good bird? Oh, it's an
Fish
evil
with,
bird.
fish,
bird.
fish with hook. The hook's the coolest thing in the game. Honestly? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love the hook. The way that we got the way that we get resources in this game is what made me want to play this game. With the hook and shit.
I remember the trees.
There's one island I haven't found yet. There's an achievement for one island. And I haven't found it yet. And it's so rare. It's like 1 in 200, I think.
How about 2 island?
We are here. Look, the shark's on the land. Oh, no, shark's attacking Bracky because he got off the boat.
Frankie
Yeah,
is so
it bit me
brave.
once. I think that's a trader. Yeah, there's a party house.
I want to murder trees.
Oh, I'm
eating
hungry.
trees.
Broken got 2 depressed Brackies and 1 not depressed Bracky. The happy Bracky's running everything.
1% of their power? Oh my god. That's a tiny nibble. I am murdering trees so hard.
I've been using the top-up box from the food area for cooked food.
Oh, so the top of the box for cooked food? That makes sense.
That's what I've been doing. I haven't told anyone.
That's how I thought it. Like one for like fruit and veggies, and then one for fish and meat, and then one for ready food.
Oh no, I'm the weird
Have
one
we
here.
found...
But it doesn't matter that much, to be honest.
Have we found the animal on this island?
Bird?
No, like the domesticated animal.
What hit me? Oh, bird hit me.
The bird,
Okay.
probably.
It's okay, I can eat mango out of spite. I see a goat.
I don't want to go.
I got hit by
want
something
an
else.
alpaca. Bracky did this.
Oh, there's a cave.
That's an alpaca. Bracky didn't
Oh,
do
you
this.
have the shovel. There's some dirt.
Yes,
and some
I'll get it
mushrooms.
after I find the alpaca and I kill it.
Why?
It's cute.
Didn't you want to feel the sea
That's a
breeze
lot
with
of
the
dirt.
spit?
There's a lot of dirt in the old cave.
I broke my axe. Oh no.
Did I get it?
I broke my axe too.
I got it.
You know, the bird noise sounds like a pig. And I was like, is a pig chasing me or some shit? It's like, no. Oh, there's a goat. I'm trying to find stones. There we go.
It's underwater.
Yeah. Okay, I can make stone axe at least. If it works, it works. I'm not even gonna complain.
Made stone X2.
Yay. New axe. Now I can cut the tree. I'll probably have to like leave soon as well. I have to hit the balls tonight. Ooh.
You love hitting balls.
Yeah, I love hitting balls.
Which sport are you playing?
I'm playing pickleball. The way they... I died!
No.
Why?
What the heck?
I don't know. I was running around and then the bird teleported and then hit me
Behind
still.
you? Did all my what?
I made a trader. I was trying to get wood.
No, I'm hungry.
I'll get towards the trader.
I'll start going that way too.
It's a race. It's only a race if I'm winning.
Okay, I'll stop.
I'm at the trader.
Oh,
You can raid it. Hello.
they were playing Raft.
Raft? Oh my god, that's the game
Nice.
that we are playing.
Why are people raiding me?
Whoa!
Oh,
Oh my god!
Thank you for raiding.
We're getting hit with our trap. That's what we do.
They
I
all
hope
raided
you
into
had
me.
fun playing Raft.
They were
Oh,
also
I see
playing
it.
Raft. Oh no, I'm dying to a bird.
Whoa,
Oh,
I'm
no.
being carried.
Oh, that's
Thank
the
you
goat.
for raiding. How was your stream? Did you have fun? Is this chicken? I want a chicken.
Still revealing the trader's
There is a
protection.
goat on the island where the trader is.
Yes.
I
but
got
I
killed
also
by the
see a
goat.
chicken. And I want the chicken.
Ooh, did he get a crate here? Ow.
There were no crates where
What
I
happens
was.
if I
Wait,
die
lost
while
chicken.
holding you?
You drop them.
The double die.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for following Kira, Lone, and Lone and Wayme.
Heck yeah.
I lost a chicken though.
I'm trying to find Raft. Oh,
I don't know what I'm looking at.
I only have one more shot left on my net canister.
ow.
Oh, I'm looking at Breaky Butt. Oh.
Oh, I see the chicken. Where'd you go? They're so small. Is that what I'm looking at? No.
Oh, I woke up. Oh, do I need to sleep until I'm full health?
No. Sleeping doesn't do anything but skip the day or skip the night.
Oh, but when I get revived, I don't get full health.
No, it gives you a little bit.
Normal.
I got scum
Where'd the
ass.
chicken go? I lost the chicken again.
What the heck?
Oh, you can name the alpaca and the goat, and they are both dog. I love them so much. Oh my god.
Dog and dog.
Oh, is it bog and dog? Dog and dog. I love
When we
them so
played
much.
Satisfactory, that like Sue started enumerating everything and named it Bracky. Like Bracky 1, Bracky 2.
Breaky.
It's like all the trains and dogs were named Bracky.
No, I missed.
I'm cutting the tree on the ship. Raft.
I missed. We're not getting a chicken.
Oh.
Unless
I
we can
want chicken.
find... If we can find
Puffer
a
fish, right?
puffer fish underwater.
Didn't you say they only spawn in big islands?
This is a big island.
Who?
It's not as big as the other one, but apparently it's still big.
Yeah. So there's the small islands that have like the 2 trees and like the 1 chest. Then there's these, and then there's like 1 or 2 variants of the very, very big island. But these have everything that we need. These have pufferfish. They have dirt, which I also need to go get the dirt. But I was too busy trying run free KFC run. No. I need it.
Free KFC.
Oh, I see a pufferfish. I think I saw you pufferfish. Wait, am I crazy? Oh, there it is.
You might be. Wait, too many leaves and plastic. Do I convert all the leaf into rope? Well, maybe not all, but a few stacks.
You could. Where am I? Where's the raft?
Somewhere.
I did if you see
I
my
dropped
name.
this. I don't need that. I dropped these.
I go for more
I can
wood.
eat this.
I see more choppable trees. Do we only need 1 of each animal?
Well, to get all the materials, well, the goat's like the one I don't like. That I like the least. The chicken gives us eggs, which can be turned into food. I guess the goat can be used to make smoothies.
I'm just curious if we need like 1 or if more.
No, we just need
Okay.
1. More just means we get more of the resource, like, more often.
Okay.
The chicken is very useful for late game.
Or food?
And the alpaca is useful for some stuff that we have to build. Because some stuff requires wool.
There's a... Oh, is that dodo looking thing the chicken?
It looks like a little roadrunner, like a little... It just looks like a little chicken. It runs really fast.
Hello, Fluffy. Yeah, they bounce so funny, right?
Kind of. I think they're called clucker in the game.
The chickens are called clucker?
Yeah.
I love them.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, then I saw it here.
I can make another canister, but it's gonna be a little while.
I love the scrap hook so much.
Well. Hello?
Hi, Kobo.
I'm sure you can defeat them. I don't know why you give me that information right now, but I know.
Can you defeat the Reapers?
The what now? Is there like a Reaper in this game?
I think they mean the big evil birds.
Oh.
We can kill them if we get a bow. I have a bow, but it's my bow.
It's your bow. I just want a scrap hook.
Okay, I got gunpowder.
I got a silver
best time to backseat.
algae.
Yes, that is used to make medicine.
Oh wait, I don't even know how they
I'm gonna
look
try
like.
and catch the chicken again.
Okay.
Look. I like chicken.
I don't need the gunpowder for a bow. I need the gunpowder to shoot the chicken.
With a gun?
Yes.
I thought you said no guns.
That's how you tame animals.
Yeah, you shoot them in the face. Where is the chicken? I see the chicken.
Thanks for the reset. Thanks for giving me all your money.
Whoa.
I caught it.
Nice. You should name the chicken Fluffy.
Or maybe
Okay.
name the chicken Dog.
Brecky already took claim on the name.
It's okay.
You can probably secretly rename it.
Hello, Kobo249.
I could probably do that, yeah.
Tira, what's your Kobo number?
69? I don't know. I love 69.
You're the 69th Kobo to ever be made?
Probably. Wait, that means I'm old.
Okay. You can't eat?
Oh no.
Dang. Okay, now I'm just going to get the dirt and then we can leave if we don't have anything else to do. I just want to get the dirt.
I don't think there's any mining anymore to be done.
There
here.
is.
Did you get the dirt?
I'm going to.
Okay.
There is mining if you want to do mining.
I did some
I
mining just
mined
now.
a little bit. Got some clay, some metal scraps.
Okay, I got the dirt. I can hear you guys drinking water.
Yeah. But I'm not drinking water. It's like everyone can hear when we are filling up the water.
I'd like to move the tree farms if that's okay.
Sure, just after they're grown, I guess.
Yeah, once they're grown. Just in case someone harvests them.
Shark hurts.
Now we have one of each dog.
Yay.
Do we need a lot of vine glue?
Not a lot, but when we do need it, we'll need like 8 at a time.
Oh, okay.
Now if I had 300,000 wood, I could build a fence.
300,000 wood.
Do you want to... So, there's a way... When we build their little enclosure, we're going to want to make it in like squares of 3x3.
Oh, why 3x3?
Because there's a machine that can automate the farming, but it...
Okay, so what I would like to do is here between those pillars is going to be a wall. Right?
This would be 3 wide if it's between the exit to this, or the edge to this pillar is 3.
The outside I would like to be walkable. So what if it was 3x2 and then the block is against the wall so they can still, like, the block would be here. And then there would be a wall so they couldn't jump out still. If that's what you're worried about.
Because there's a machine. Okay, so the way we feed them is we make grass plots.
Yeah.
And and later we get a machine that can water the grass automatically, but it waters 3x3.
Okay.
So if we, you could have it, if you want the outside to be walkable, we could just move this post one deeper in.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like that. Let me think. I
We
think
could
we
also
can
move.
work around it.
We could also have the animals just be
Oh, legs. No, I think I can make it work. I can make it work.
I think one 3x3 plot can feed like 4 or 5 animals. So we
So
don't
we're
need
gonna do
that
a
much.
3x3, and then it's just gonna be partially under the roof. I think that would work. Then the animals also have a little, I guess, roof area.
They'd be too happy.
I have a
We'd have
plan.
to.
Don't worry about it. I have a plan.
We can't have them be too happy.
I want to make a cooking pot.
We can make a cooking pot.
Let me try.
Bracky's probably gonna move it though.
No, let me
That's
get the
fine.
stuff real quick.
I want to make the floor first before I move anything.
One bolt.
Thanks for the
1.6 plastic.
Hee I scratched the Bracky.
Hee.
Oh yeah, it's the
Oh,
redeem. Because Brecky's big now. Do we have one more metal ingot?
I have 10 on me. I can put it in the box.
Can we start moving?
We can.
My infinite desire for planks is requiring planks.
I got a cooking pot. Here, I'll give it to Brecky so that Brecky can decide where to put it.
Just put it down to the other stuff for now.
No.
Oh, my character's hungry.
It's way bigger than I thought. What the hell?
Yeah, it's like 3 tiles wide, I think.
Holy shit, it's so big.
What?
Well,
Can you put it at this wall here?
Which wall?
You could put it here.
Boom.
Hit art, yeah.
Oh, cool. You could put some recipes there.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah.
I want to make the fish dish.
It's not big enough for all of them though, which makes me angry.
That's fine. No, I really like this table.
Let me
cool.
try. Let me try. Is it 2 raw meat and 2 herring? Or does it have to be like one
Don't
of
worry
each?
about that later. Thanks for the pets.
It says how many of each. Where is it? I don't know the recipe.
It's like they mention.
It's 2 small fish and then 2 potato or beet.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, this should work. Now you start cooking. It needs wood.
Oh my god, I'm a cooker.
And then you need clay to make the bowls.
We're moving inside of the
clay.
island again.
Oh, I can start the engine, sorry.
How do you make clay?
It's what we dig up.
Fine. I have clay in my inventory. Oh, we have a lot of clay.
Oh, here, I want to make some. Oh, we have a lot of clay. Oh my
I got a
god.
bit out of chest space.
I have some bowl.
We really need the new...
Oh, we're spinning.
Sorry. I don't know what people are petting me. You can scrape all the dirt off my face.
Why we're head penning Brecky? Because Brecky is very precious. That chain skirt looks a little bit weird though. It's stretching somewhere else that... Yeah, Breaky deserves all the head pets. Oop. I got the fish too. Oh my god, I wanna make more.
Did it only give you one? I thought it gives you
Yeah.
more.
It gives me one and then I need to make more.
Oh, I think some recipes give you more at a time.
Not this one
Oh, you moved the
apparently.
trees.
It's okay, no big deal. I'm gonna cook all
There's
the...
a small island up ahead. Wait. The drinks, not all of them are the same recipe. Some of them are for the juicer.
I looked at the top, it says cooking pot or juicer.
Yeah, I mean the ones over here. These three on the right are for juicer.
It's okay, we just put it there for funsies. Oh, are we moving again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are.
Whoa.
What happened, Bracky?
More planks.
Brecky needs more plank?
Oh, we got an egg. We can research the egg.
I never not need more planks.
I have one stack for... one stack. No.
We can make healing now with eggs and clay, I guess.
Oh my god.
Oh, we need honey for the next healing.
This screeching head pet.
I can move us closer to this island. We can get those trees.
Let Tira murder the trees this time because she always wants to.
Mmm.
Oh, you're making shapes.
I'm cooking all the fish stew. We all can have one.
Can you drop the anchor? Yeah, I'll try. Oh, I'm going.
What do you know?
Are we close enough?
Hi, Juno.
Yeah, we're close enough. Tira, I believe in you. You can do it.
The trees had it coming. I know, right? What was that?
You're going to kill the trees.
Yeah, I am. Oh my god, there's so
believe in
much
you.
food. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, the cooking pot's like a lot more efficient for food.
It's super
If we
duper
can-
efficient.
If we can start using that, we'll get a lot of food out of everything.
Well, I am trying to cook the fish too.
You have a meal.
Also, I think after this island, I might have to like
Simple
end the
fish.
stream here.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll just throw Tira overboard.
You can do that. I'm okay with that. You cannot get rid of the cobalt once it's stuck to once it's stuck with you.
The SSR Mega Rare.
You got the super rare pull. It doesn't go away anymore.
Did you want to move the driving stuff up here?
Yeah, once the walls are in.
I like having the thing right here behind it so I can like look at it while I'm driving.
I'll probably move it next to it.
I killed those trees. Real
It's because
good.
like you can have it on and you can have it like just be here and like see where you're going.
Yeah. Okay, I can work with that information.
Oh, I dropped my thing. I want to make
I'm gonna get the
this.
barrel.
Did we get the wood? Are we leaving?
Wait. I'm mining.
1
Oh.
second.
Oh, there's one more tree I missed. Oh my god.
Oh. Nice.
Finding a bunch of copper here. And there's also a little bit of seaweed.
In the right outside area, I'd like
Oh,
to
the shark is
just
here.
kill
Fuck.
all the tree playing farm things. What's this going to be?
Ow. The shark hurts.
We can make shark soup.
Oh yeah.
What is it? It's 2 shark, 1 mushroom, 1 algae, or 1 whatever it's called.
I have 2 bowls if you need it.
And then you need 1 mushroom.
The bowl's on the ground.
Okay. Befriend shark? We're befriending it by eating it.
Eat the shark.
Befriended with my belly. Yum.
Okay, we can get close to this next island, and then we can stop there.
Sure.
I want to keep playing.
Same.
We need to make a second day, maybe.
Right.
Because-
I kind of want to make it on like on Saturday, Friday my time. So would
Thursday
be like
my time?
yeah, it could be Thursday for both of you.
No, Brecky. It's Monday for both of. It's Monday for everyone right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll be Thursday night for me.
Would that be
Thursday
fun?
night would be Friday morning, right?
Yes.
Sure.
One more ingredient.
Tira's getting cooked.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
We eat the whole bowl, which is kind of annoying.
Ooh, our character is so needy. Shark friend, not food. I agree.
Also, Brecky, these antennas, you can move them as long as they're far from each other and they're all on the 2nd floor or higher.
Yeah.
So if you need to like move them to the side, that's fine. Can I
I'm not
have?
worried about that right now. I'm worried about needing 300,000 planks.
Yeah.
Can I have some of the planks?
I'm trying to get planks. I haven't been gathering planks at all.
Let's see what our nets have gotten. Planks?
It's tricky because we also need them for
Here.
building.
I just want one of these. This is
Oh,
what
that's
feeds.
very tasty grass. I really want to eat that.
It's for them. But we actually
Dang.
can't. It doesn't work there since it'd have to be inside, but we can't build inside since there's animals in there right now.
You mean they need more space to... What? No way.
For now, we could just give them this corner and they'll like this
Dragon
3x3,
hunt.
or we're probably not going to need more than two like areas for animals.
Hi, Darkwing Games.
So like these two over here should be fine.
Oh, only 2 pens instead of 3?
Yeah, it could all be one big pen, but
I thought each animal is gonna get their own place.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're fine right now. They're just depressed together.
Oh my god, that alpaca looks so sad.
Oh, I left the thing on. We don't need it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Tira has to
I
go.
hope you're doing good, Darkwing Games.
Tira doesn't want us to play.
No, it's not that.
Look, it grew grass. This is what the animals eat.
Oh my god, that's actually grass now.
Whoa. That looks really good, actually. But
Do you want to eat it?
I like to eat meat, though. I want
This is
meat.
the era of veganism. We have to be vegan now. No more shark eating.
It's depressing. I missed the barrel.
Can you guys see me holding this?
Yes.
What's it look like?
Smiley face.
Why are you holding?
I guess. Where's Tira? Tira's somewhere. Let's find them.
What did you want me to say?
Well, I didn't know if it was like just a random bowl or if it was actually like what I was holding. Here you go,
Oh, it's
Tira.
like a plate with like eyes of the mushroom, and then the shark meat looked like the mouth.
Here you go. Here's your shark dinner.
Oh. I cannot eat it. I can eat it now. Oh! It adds more of my food bar?
Yeah, it has bonus food.
Holy shit. Shark dinner
That
is
the shark is
good.
really sad that it can't bite the raft anymore.
It's just swimming around now.
Which kind of sucks for us too, since we get less shark meat from it.
We could
Wait.
just jump down and fight it.
Yeah. I feel like every time we go to an island, we murder it once.
Would be nice. We get like shark meat.
Is there some more planks to steal from someone?
Oh, I see the island now.
I'm still trying to get
I
points.
have 4 planks.
Dang,
I dropped them.
5. So I
There's a
would
box of planks.
put that here. Where's the box there?
Yeah, the alpaca looks so sad. Are they sad because
And
of the living space?
Because they don't have food.
Oh, they
then, where did the wheel go? Oh. Wait, it... Oh...
It aligns to a tile.
I'm so sad. That's fine then.
Oh, I need 2 metal ingots.
We're never going to end, aren't we?
Well, the island's right there.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, I
once we get to
crafted
the
another hook
island,
because I'm stupid.
drop anchor and then, yeah.
Does anyone have an axe?
I have a almost broken stone axe if you want.
Oh, there's
fine.
an axe inside of this chest right here.
Oh. I'll break 2 attacks before.
You can have
Yeah, I
my-
There's an
remember
axe inside the
seeing that
chest.
axe.
I got wool from the alpaca, and I'm gonna research the wool.
Depressed alpaca still gives wool? Oh my god.
Well, it started with wool.
So, no spit?
No.
We cannot feel the breeze anymore then.
I'd like to have the alpaca on the grass on its own. Can we...
Picky. Brecky.
Can both of you do me a favor?
What?
Can both of you hold an animal?
Do I just carry it?
Yeah, just carry it. Oh, okay, you can put it back.
Okay.
Okay.
It'll
Like
work.
this, hopefully the alpaca will eat every once in a while. And hopefully we'll get wool from it.
Is it like a mega island?
Yes.
So, biggest
Whoa.
island?
It's the cliffhanger. We need a cliffhanger so people come back to our streams. Or else we'll lose all our viewers.
We won't lose our viewers.
We also need someone to say like... I don't know what did they fucking say for like cliffhangers.
Next stop on Dragon Ball Z.
Is this our pen?
Yes.
We can't leave it.
Ooh. It's a huge island.
Oh, my computer doesn't like something.
What happened?
It's probably the Windows update that I installed. Thank you, Windows, for updating.
Without consent. It just updates.
After a while, it does. It'll just be like, yeah, we're updating right now.
Dang.
Don't worry. We got you.
Classic Windows.
Oh, did our engine turn off? I think our engine turned off.
No, do we need planks for that?
Yeah. Because we weren't getting closer to the island. I was like wondering why we weren't getting any fucking closer. Sorry. I'm American, I swear. That's part of my culture.
I mean, I have a bad mouth too. I feel like I swear a lot as well.
No. Legs is ashamed of me.
No. It's okay, I'm a chef here, huh?
What?
Is there some more wood?
I'm not ashamed of you. I have 15.
I need some of the wood. I need to keep the engine fueled at least.
Aren't we there?
Well, we were, but then the engine ran out of fuel. And then we started drifting away.
We have wood?
I have some.
I'm out of wood. I
mean, we could stop here.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea.
These walls are backwards.
Oh, no, the other ones are.
Oh. Okay. Wait.
That's mildly annoying. I don't know why that just randomly decided to flip. Do you want to move the beds? Please. Oh, I'm out of wood.
You could destroy these fences right here. They could give you a little bit of wood.
Or give me one each. Yeah, these are
That's 2
safe
more wood.
now.
Yeah, we could save. We could stop now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We already stopped the engine.
I'm filling with salt water.
I need one more plank to fill this wall.
I have 3 planks on me. Where's Brecky? Oh. He dropped it. I cannot throw it outside. Why are they still depressed? They
Oh,
look
because
so
they don't have
sad.
enough food. I don't remember how much food they need. Oh, the puck is eating.
Oh.
Good.
Oh.
He's not depressed anymore.
The DIY yacht. I like that.
Wait, how do I...
Do we
Is this...
mega yuck? Yuck.
Now the alpaca can grow its wool again and I can shear it again.
Is
And
it?
then we can...
No, I'm just gonna put you here. Just so the alpaca gets the grass.
Oh, we need 6 wool for 1 backpack. It's gonna be a while
you-
before we get a backpack.
Okay, you can... Oh, that's cool. You can access them through these windows. Okay.
We have too much plastic.
We can start eating the plastic.
I wish I could eat the plastic.
I have so much plastic in my inventory. I just can't put it in the chest.
The chest is full of plastic.
Yeah. You know what? I can throw it into this package though.
Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah, we could put plastic in there.
I got the Sanazel.
It needs a battery though. We need to make a battery for it.
I have a battery in my inventory. That one was for the
just
ship
use it.
thing. I forgot to place that down.
It's right here on this side.
Oh, the battery is for our navigation system.
Oh, that's fine. We don't need it for a while.
Dehydrating again.
Love me some Salusi.
Cactus.
I should put Neuven in the fish pond as well. Shit.
Noivern the Pokemon?
Yeah, I love Neuven.
Okay,
No
I will
one is
do
great.
my ending screen.
Neuven.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is gonna be such a cool raft.
I know. And I can keep getting more planks.
Yeah.
Who
So
do
all
I
my
follow?
desires for points.
At least the game has like a satisfying hook gathering thing. I like it. But now I need scrap hook. My scrap hook is almost broken.
I have a hook for you. I accidentally crafted one.
Yay, I'll take it for you next time then. Or right now. I'll take the plastic hook.
Where's this? I want to see what the scritch was like.
It's screeching my somewhere.
It didn't. Oh,
It did.
I'm just super
Go
delayed.
rating.
I don't know. I let me quit the game first.
I don't have anyone that I'm following that's streaming right now.
I have Johnny again. I have Toon Ball tours here earlier.
Johnny's been rated 3 times this week by Tiora.
Yes.
Did I read Johnny that many times? This week?
I'm pretty sure.
And I have Sue's Pop.
We could read Zeus
And
Pops.
I have
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to keep
CO.
streaming.
CO is goat. We put them into the pen here.
We could see
Seal?
who's playing Raft and maybe raise someone who's playing Raft, but
But that's someone I don't know.
we're half the Raft category, just the 3 of us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
there's
guess
also
how many people are
Sun.
here for Raft. I don't think it matters too much.
I want right Johnny. I'll be the mean one. Sun and Murp. Oh, wait, Smurp streaming.
Merp is streaming. I don't see Solo.
Oh yeah. But Johnny though.
What about Johnny?
But Johnny though. Hmm.
So we want to do Thursdays and we want to do, or not, I guess Fridays
Oh, Friday
and
my
and
time. Yeah.
Mondays.
Something like that. Mm-hmm.
Because today's Monday.
Hmm.
So we want to add Friday.
I kind of want to,
Yes.
but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, if it's just like now the Mondays. If it works, if it works. If it doesn't work, it's fine.
Yeah.
We can always just do this every single day.
No, I have too many games I want to play. And also, I haven't been doing art for a long time.
Okay, so I already copied their name.
Oh,
Whose
today
name?
I'm slow. Me too.
I typed their name. I haven't hit enter yet.
Whose name?
Who are we rating now?
I thought it was Johnny. Tura said Johnny like 7 times.
Okay, Johnny it is.
Let me get.
I'm lazy.
Okay, I'm hitting enter on the raid command.
Copying the name. I have caps lock enabled.
My character is running out of
And I have
water.
hit enter.
Oh, are we hitting
Thank
enter?
you all for hanging out.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Simply.
Many friends.
Goodbye, Legs. Goodbye, Bot. Goodbye, Fluffy.
Can't wait to use the hook more. Are we pasting
Goodbye,
an enter to the
Bracky.
raid?
Goodbye, Tura. Goodbye, Zeus. Oh, I got kicked out of the game.
I already exited.
Thank you all
Did
for
you already hit
hanging
raid now?
out.
No.
I did not.
Do we
Okay.
press
Okay,
enter?
3, 2, 1.
I'm first.
Oh, wait. Did you not hit enter yet?
I now entered, ED.
Oh. You gotta wait 5 seconds.
You mean countdown for the raid?
We're already going.
Oh my god, wait,
Here, I can
I'm
go
late
late.
for the party. Bye bye everyone, love you. Bye bye. And raid.